What's up? What's up, y'all? It's your girl, Mickey Truth, aka the Queen of Paperwork, and I am back with another live. And yes, I decided to go ahead and go live about 25 minutes early. Y'all know me. I just randomly pick time to go live. But nevertheless, man, y'all make sure y'all like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up on your girl, Mickey Truth. And as always, go over to MickeyTruth.com and get you that merch because you know your girl stay with that work. So let's get it done right. Almost messed up. Let's get started right. Yo, Hookah, what it do?
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's Hookah Anonymous, and you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey.
Hey. So I hope y'all been having a good day. I had a long day. Very long day, okay? We went car shopping today from like 9 a.m. until like about 5. I'm exhausted. Then I'm like, I was supposed to do this video 2 days ago, didn't do it. Then I'm like, for one, I listened to day 9, okay? And I can't even remember what the other day was, yesterday. And I'm like, if I have to do a regular video, listening to it again, no. So I said, I'm going to go live. We're going to do this in real time. We're going to have the conversation. And then, of course, y'all know I'll cut them up and release them then. But I'm like, hey, we're going to do this together. So with that being said, for my new people, yes, my comments is on subscriber only mode. You got to hit the subscribe button if you want to engage in the conversation. Once you hit the subscribe button, you got to wait your time. Once the time limit is up, feel free to comment. To my Truth Team members, welcome. Y'all already know what we do. We are bringing back Truth Team Court of Internet Opinion, okay? And we are now in session. Paradox, what to do? Make sure y'all put y'all jury number in the chat. Let me know who's here. Make sure you hit the like button to tap in. And if you didn't read the title, we are doing a YNW Melly trial rewind, the medical examiner versus shooting reconstruction. I didn't know if that was a word, so I just said shooting reconstruction because some people kind of got it confused, or did they? Some people are taking some things that the shooting and reconstructionist, if that's the word, Detective Christopher Williams, and mixing it in with the medical examiner that testified. Keisha, what to do? Now, again, shout out to everybody I put up the Triple Threat Friday. Y'all already know, after about the 3-hour mark, I think I fell asleep, okay? I was tired. I was knocked out. However, we talked about a lot of YNW Melly case, theory, pieces from the case that could go with the theory. But tonight, we are talking about the actual information from the medical examiner and Detective Christopher Williams, okay? We are now going to actually focus in on what exactly does the medical examiner provide that proves the state's theory that YNW Melly is the shooter. Also, what does Christopher Williams provide in his reconstruction of the shooting that says YNW Melly is the shooter? Okay. Of course, rest in peace to both victims. This is a real life case. However, for the purpose of YouTube, this is for entertainment only. All right. If you are not one to want to talk about a double homicide case, this is not going to be the live for you. We are not only going to listen, we're going to read, and we're going to discuss, including me providing my take on what I'm hearing and reading. If that is going to be a sensitive matter for you, I don't hold no hard feelings to you. You will need to exit the live now and just catch me on another one when we're talking about something else. If you continue, then you know what conversation we got going on. Summer, what it do? Summer. Heather, what's up? Mr. Mel, what's up? Thank you for not actually cussing. I appreciate that. My moderators, I need y'all, once y'all pull up, just pay attention to the chat. Listen, give me your opinion. Tell me how you feel. But make sure you are precise to the case. You throw a shot at me, you out. We're not even doing that today. What it do, Smitty? Cussing, please do not curse. Shout out to Mr. Mel, who at least changed up the wording of the cuss word. Cool, but do not curse. Do not use any vulgar language, okay? Now, okay, just some. All right, cool. Because I'm over here like, oh, that's not summer. But yeah, we are gonna have this conversation. Now, I done went on long enough because we got a lot. My goal is to be on here about 2 hours. Probably gonna be longer, but nevertheless, we are here. And again, we have a lot to catch up on. I kind of want to segue before we get into this real quick. But I think I'm just going to stick to what I was supposed to be doing on this one because y'all know YNW Melly case is one of the cases I have covered for a long time. And I know so much about it that I can go on in conversation or debate about it. And I'm trying to, stay within a certain point of the thing. So I'm going to wait. Once we get done, I might bring it up because I do want to get into another aspect of the case. But nevertheless, here we are. Now, again, like I said, for my people with short attention spans, I will chop this down tomorrow and have it in parts. However, I move kind of like a turtle with the chop downs, but nevertheless, we are here. Okay. Thanks everybody for pulling up. Hope y'all had a great Saturday. And let's get into it. So, court is now in session. YNW Melly, for those who don't know, okay, is currently on trial for double homicide. A lot of speculation, a lot of opinions have came out in regards to what does the evidence show in regards to YNW Melly being the shooter, okay? Now, with this being said, we are going to listen to parts of the testimony, and I kind of feel like we probably should listen to it in full to just avoid some some miscommunication that some people may be having. So for those who don't know, two corners. Well, I'm not even gonna call her a corner. Is she a corner? Okay, so let me rephrase that. Two women testified at the first trial. One is the actual medical examiner or the coroner for Broward County. The second one is like, I don't know if she's actually a medical examiner. Maybe she is. She's like a fellow or was a fellow at that time. So basically she could do autopsies, but she's not sure what her title was. But nevertheless, we're gonna get into her too, okay? Two of them, okay? They testified on day 9 of the trial, okay? I have, again, listened to this in full. However, I want to start, for those who may not know where it's at, I think it starts about 4 hours and, give me a second, I got to find my tab that I had open. 4 hours and 29 minutes and 19 seconds, okay? That's where it begins for the coroner. Now, I want to start with her, okay? Because she was the one who did the autopsy on YNW Sat Chaser. Also, she had to revise the autopsy report for YNW Juvie. She talks about why she had to do that. But nevertheless, you know, she had to. You know what, Mel? I do not know where my mods are. Okay. I randomly decided to go live. I don't even know who's here. Hold on, give me a second. That's a good point. Who is here? Give me a second. Let me look at something. Why is not showing me the? Is nobody a mod that's here? Hold on. That's a good point. Hold on, I might have to add some new mods. I really don't see no blue wrenches. Okay. If you are currently like live right now, listening to what I'm saying, able to type, I need y'all to put y'all juror number in the chat because I'm about to pick a couple new mods that's going to be active right now. And it's a couple I see. I just want to make sure they're still here. That be on almost every live. So I'm about to get me some new mods going on in here. All right, let me see. All right. We got Boredom is going to be modded up. We have, okay, Paradox. Your juror number is whatever number you want to pick. It's something we came up with during the trial to put your juror number up. I'm trying to, why can't mod you? Paradox, write something else so your thing can go up so I can, all right, there we go. Sean family, what it do? 7 is my favorite number, actually. Summer. All right. Juror number 3, cool beans. All right. So hold on. All right, there we go. Hey, juror 803 for sure. Juror number 6. Okay, I just added 3 new mods. To hold me down for now. My main mod is Loud Pet. He'll get a notification. I'm actually about to send him a message to tell him I'm live. But you know, it's Saturday. I know people be, you know, busy. All right, life with Kalia. I see you a lot. All right, there we go. And then, of course, as it goes on, I'll probably have to change up. If y'all do have to, you know, step to the left, just let me know so that I can know who's here, who's still here. So thank you. All right, y'all, let's get to it. Thank y'all for bringing that up because I didn't even realize. Sometimes I can see the wrenches come up, sometimes I can't. I see why I couldn't see today because wasn't nobody here. All right, here we go. Now, where was I? I know, you know. Thank you, Mr. Mel. Where was I? Okay, yes. So she talks about why she had to amend the autopsy. Now, one thing in particular is why I went back, okay, to listen to it, is the notion or the theory that YNW Sat Chaser was asleep at the time of the shooting, right? I saw that a lot when I dropped my drug deal theory, that, you know, he was asleep, he wasn't, you know, or whatever. And I'm like, well, I don't recall the coroner saying it. So that's what made me even go back. So I'm not even gonna go, we're gonna get there because I took notes. So I'm kind of like ahead of the game, but a lot of us probably haven't heard this since day 9 of the last trial. So let's go ahead and get into it. Like I said, it's 2 people that we're going to listen to first. I'm going to be stopping it throughout, though, so that we can talk about it, and then we'll go from there. All right? Y'all, please, yes, make sure you get the lights up, okay? Push this into the algorithm. I appreciate y'all. With that being said, let's get started. Jury entry.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I trust you all had a nice lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope the state is still on its case in chief. I'm going to ask the assistant state attorney to call her next witness, please.
Rebecca McDougall.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You raise your right hand before.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
My name is Rebecca McDougall, MacTougall.
Madam, you're all set? Ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well. Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, my name is Rebecca McDougall.
And where do you work?
I work at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office.
What is your title at the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner,
How long have you been the Chief Medical Examiner?
right at 2 years.
Okay, so June of 2021?
June of 21, I was interim. July of 2021, it was official.
Okay, with your permission, doctor, you can do the math because I'm not good at it, so please don't make me do any more.
2 years.
Okay, thank you. Prior to being the Chief Medical Examiner, what other positions have you held at the Broward Medical Examiner's Office?
So in 2010, I was a fellow, which is your last year of training before you become a forensic pathologist. From July 1st of 2010 to June 30th of 2011. I stayed at Broward County from July 1st of 2011 until November of 2015 as an associate medical examiner. I went up to Palm Beach County and I was an associate medical examiner in Palm Beach County for 18 months. And I came back to Broward in 2017 and I've been an associate there until June of 2021. So 13 years as a forensic pathologist, 2 years as chief.
So have you worked at any other medical examiner's offices as well on a temporary basis?
Yes, so when I was an associate medical examiner, I did locum tenens, so you go for a long weekend and help in other districts in Florida that are short-staffed. So I did that in Volusia County, and I did it in Pinellas, Pasco County.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what does a forensic pathologist do?
I can. We are charged with determining cause and manner of death in cases that come under the jurisdiction of our office based on Florida statute and administrative code.
And what is the jurisdiction of the office that you currently work for as the chief medical examiner?
District 17, Broward County.
You mentioned that you determine cause and manner of death. What does that mean?
That's correct. So cause of death is the initiating event that leads to death. Okay, if someone has cystic fibrosis, diabetes mellitus, if somebody falls off a ladder and gets a brain bleed, if someone's in a motor vehicle accident and they pass away,
So that would be cause.
that's cause.
So what is a manner of death?
So manner of death, there are 5. Okay, there's natural, cystic fibrosis, diabetes, heart disease, accident, you fall off that ladder and you get a brain bleed, motor vehicle collision, suicide, which is when a person takes their own life, so at their own hands, homicide, which to the forensic pathologist is death at the hands of another. And sometimes, no matter how many medical records we review, how many tests we do at the autopsy, we do not have a clear cause or manner of death. And in those cases, they're best classified as undetermined.
And in terms of how do you do that, determining cause and manner of death?
You do an autopsy.
Could you define that for the
I
jury?
can, so you need to look within. So it's an examination after somebody passes away to determine what caused their death. So you examine all the organs, any injuries they might have, medical records if they're available, if they're needed. We can do toxicology testing, we can do microbiology testing, so cultures, viral, bacterial. Sometimes we do genetics. Just depends on the circumstances surrounding the death, decides which path we take on what tests need to be done at the time of the autopsy.
Okay, so Doctor, tell us a little bit about what training and education you had to become the Chief Medical Examiner for Broward County.
So I did my undergraduate degree in biology at the University of Texas. I went to medical school, which is another 4 years, at the Health Science Center in Houston, Texas. That was also University of Texas. I did a 4-year anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas, and then finished it with my 1-year fellowship in Broward County.
And in terms of exposure to cadavers or dead bodies during your medical school years, how often do you deal with that?
So the first 18 weeks of medical school is gross anatomy. So back when I was there,
Okay, so I'm letting it just play because I don't want anybody to think we're skipping something. But this is just her introduction to who she is, her qualifications. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Now pull up on your girl Mickey Truth. We are reviewing the Chief Medical Examiner in the YNW Melly first trial, and we're gonna talk about it as soon as we get into the actual questionings of the case. So just keep listening. Take notes because I do.
which is how the labs work, blood banking, hematology, all of the clinical chemistry. And then anatomic pathology is basically the study of disease and in a hospital setting. So any appendix, any uterus, any prostate, any cancer, all come to you in the pathology lab at the hospital, and you then diagnose and stage the cancers or the appendicitis or fallopian tubes. Anything that comes out of an operating room travels through the pathology department at that hospital.
And did you work as a pathology assistant as well?
I did.
And what did that entail?
So during my residency, so it's called grossing in pathology specimens at the private hospital in Lubbock.
Do you teach in the areas of forensic pathology?
We do.
And what have you taught them?
So we have public defender attorneys, we have state attorneys, we have private attorneys, law enforcement, medical students, EMTs, nurses, nurse practitioners all will come through our office. For COVID, they didn't, but we're starting that up again. So they can learn about disease, the natural disease process, and also, autopsies.
Do you participate in any boards or panels such as the Child Death Review in Broward County?
I do the Child Death Review, which meets once a month, and we talk about children that have died in Broward County. I do the Opioid Death Review once a month, where we talk about the drug overdoses that are occurring in Broward County. I do 3 separate trauma meetings. Broward County has 3 trauma hospitals. Once a month, they have their separate hospital meeting, and then a 4th meeting once a month with everybody together to talk about trauma cases and people that have passed away in Broward County due to trauma.
So in terms of the amount of time that you spend in the morgue actually doing autopsies now, what percentage of your daily work is that?
So I work every holiday so that my docs can have long weekends and holidays. And then if we're especially busy in the morgue, I will pop in and do a case or 2.
Okay, so prior to becoming the Chief Medical Examiner, what percentage of your work was actually performing autopsies?
We work 23 days a month. We're usually on service 6 days a month. Where we do probably 5 autopsies every time we're on service, plus whatever external examinations. We don't have to autopsy every person that comes to the medical examiner's office. Sometimes they come, especially in the fall and the winter, our snowbirds, usually have a very well documented medical history. But if they die in Broward County without a physician in Broward County as their primary care doctor, then they have to come to our office so somebody can sign their death certificate. If you die in Broward County, your death certificate has to be signed by someone that's licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida. So if they come from New York with 6 months worth of medicines and their primary care doc's in New York, because that's where they live half the year, then they have to come through our office. We make sure there's no trauma. And then we can review medical records and just do an external examination on those people.
So are you a medical doctor?
I am.
And in what states are you licensed?
I am licensed in Florida, Texas, Mississippi, and New Jersey.
Are you certified in anatomic pathology?
I am.
And what year did you obtain that certification?
2013.
Okay. Are you certified in forensic pathology?
I am.
And what year did you obtain that certification?
2014.
And what licensing or board issues that certification?
The American Board of Pathology.
And what do you have to do to show proficiency to obtain that certification?
Study really hard and take a really hard test. And then every year, actually now, so you used to have, if you got boarded after 2006, every 10 years you would have to take another board exam. Now, a year ago, they decided that we could just answer 15 questions every 3 months. And as long as we maintained a certain percentage on those questions, then we would not have to take that horrible test again.
Okay, so Dr. McDougall, with regards to the number of autopsies that you have performed during your career, where are you at currently?
Over 3,000.
Have you had the opportunity to come to court before to testify as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
I have.
But how many times?
Over 100.
And what jurisdiction?
Palm Beach County and Broward County.
You're at this time, I would send you to counsel for one item in the area of expertise.
I have no questions. Proceed, Counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you mentioned earlier that there's a definition as to homicide for a forensic pathologist.
That's correct.
Does that mean murder?
Death at the hands of another, to me. Help me.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to become involved in an investigation under the Broward Medical Examiner's Office, case number 2018-3118?
I did.
What was your involvement?
So I was the medical examiner on service that day. So this case came in at like 4:45 in the morning, I believe, 5 o'clock in the morning. So it becomes my case, because anything before 7 a.m. is mine. There was a double homicide. Broward County Medical Examiner's Office has a fellowship program. I was one of the fellows. And so I took one of the...
All right, pause. I'm gonna pause it real quick. Just for those who just joining us, welcome to the Truth Team, Court of Public Internet Opinion. We are looking at the actual testimony of the Chief Medical Examiner in Trial 1 for YNW Melly. We are listening to what is being said to answer some of our own questions from outside looking in regards to if the theory that the state is presenting that YNW Melly is the shooter, does this expert witness add to their theory, confirm their theory, or does not? That's the whole goal. Is it point blank simple that YNW Melly is indeed the shooter based off these experts? We're going to continue to listen to the Chief Medical Examiner. Then we're going to listen to the fellow coroner. I'm not really sure her title. They'll say it when she comes on. And then we're also going to listen to the shooter and reconstructionist. Okay. So I asked the question. I want everybody that is able to provide a response in the chat. What should we get out of this testimony? This is the Chief Medical Examiner who actually performed one of the autopsies in full. What should we right? The jury over here on the truth team, we're watching this. What should we get from this witness? Put it in the chat. Let's get back to it.
Cases, and our fellow Dr. Sauter took the other case, the companion case in this case. So I did the autopsy on Mr. Williams.
Objection.
Suggestion.
Identity.
Thank you. Objection, I'll go, we'll proceed.
Okay, so you said you performed the autopsy on an individual who later became known to as Anthony Williams.
That's correct.
So you talked about the fellowship and that you said it was the last year of training.
That's correct.
In terms of what is your role in supervising the fellow?
So there are 5 associate medical examiners in my office and 1 deputy chief medical examiner. So when the fellow is on service with you, it is your responsibility to be there. July and August, you're real close, right? Because they're just starting. They've done probably 50 autopsies in their residency. So the first month or 2, you're right there by them. But as they graduate and show you that they're competent, that they know what they're doing, then they will do their autopsies and come to you if they have any questions. You're also responsible for reviewing their report before it's signed out.
Okay. So in this case, with regards to the autopsy of Anthony Williams, were there photographs that were taken?
There were.
Would those photographs help explain and illustrate to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the process and how that is undertaken?
They were.
So you're showing what's been previously shown to defense counsel as marked as states ZZZ for identification purposes only. Dr. McDougall, did you have an opportunity to look through those photos?
I did.
Coming in court?
I did.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the autopsy of one Anthony Williams on October 26th of 2018?
They do.
Did they reflect the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office case number that was assigned?
They do.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state ZZZ in at state 73.
Any objection not previously raised?
Not previously raised, no.
Any objection voted, they'll be introduced. Go vote.
Now here composite 23 photos and 1 USB.
State ZZZ wants state 73.
I'm sorry, what number?
72.
So, Doctor, before we get into the actual photos, can you explain what a scene visit is?
I can. So the medical examiner by statute and administrative code has jurisdiction over a body. Okay, so when a decedent passes away on the scene, the medical examiner or the investigator will go to that scene. These individuals were transported to the hospital. They died at the hospital. So therefore, at the time.
All right, so I got a question for y'all. We are now getting into the actual questioning in regards to this particular case. Did anybody catch what was just said? She said, and this is the chief medical examiner, the victims died at the hospital. One thing that stuck out to me when I heard that was, according to the state's theory, the victims were deceased prior to arriving to the hospital. The theory is that YNW Melly allegedly, YNW Bortland allegedly, right, rode around with the victims for quite a time. So, does that put a hole in the state's theory when the chief medical examiner states the victims died at the hospital? Let me know what you think in the chat. We're going to get back to it.
The examination, there was no scene to visit.
Okay, so I'm going to go forward. And how do you receive the body of Mr. Williams?
So when the body leaves the hospital, it actually, the 2 zippers on the bag get a seal put through them. It comes to our office, and this was actually the same morning, so this individual came straight into our office, and then probably within an hour or two was ready to be examined. So the bag is sealed at the hospital, comes to our office. The very first photograph we take is a photograph of that seal, so we can show that it's still intact, and it must be broken by the medical examiner on duty.
And did you receive it from the body of Mr. Williams in this way?
I did.
Okay, what in the picture that we're looking at, which is, I believe, photo number 2 is numbered for the purposes of the record. Does this picture show?
So this is one end of the body bag with the 2 zippers in place with the red seal between it, still intact. That case number 183118. So that is the 3,118th case for the medical exam in the year 2018. That is a unique identifying number for this case and will be in every photograph that is taken for this examination.
For the purposes of orientation,
Yes.
the letter, the top of the A, in almost each photograph, what direction does it point towards?
So the letter should point towards the head. Okay, so every photograph that we see, the case number, to look at it properly, the head should be above the number when you're looking at it the right way.
So prior to opening the bag, is there a scan or some sort of x-ray that's done?
So Broward County is lucky enough to have what's called a LODOX. Okay, it's low radiation full body x-ray. So every single case that comes into our office gets both an AP, which is a front to back, and a lateral, which is from the side, x-ray. So we have those.
Okay, so you said AP. I know you know what that means, but if you could describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means.
So anterior and posterior, so the beam of the radiation is going through. So when you look at the body, it's the way you would see a body. Then we do one that's a lateral, where the beam goes through the side of the body, so we get the side. That allows us, especially if we're looking for foreign objects in a body, if I only have a picture front to back, I can tell about where it is front to back, but where is it? Is it right up here, or is it closer to the back of the body? So we have a lateral x-ray that we take, so I can see where in space, in 2D, not as good as 3D, right? But I get a 2D orientation of where that foreign object might be.
In terms of when you're describing your findings, do you do them in anatomical position?
Yes,
And could you describe what that is to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I can. Can I show you?
Please, if that would help.
May I stand up?
Yes.
So anatomic position, where's my water, is with your hands out like this, palmar surface forward, just like this.
When you are describing your findings in anatomical position, are you in any way suggesting that was the position the body was in when any injuries or defects were inflicted upon it?
I am not.
To go back, before we go into the photos of the autopsy itself, could you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do during an autopsy?
Sure. So the first thing that the pathologist will do is break that seal. Okay, that seal is broken, the bag is opened, and we take what we call overall photographs. These are photographs that are taken before we do anything to the body, before we move the body, before we clean the body. We take photographs so we can see it as is. Once that is done, then we'll take the body out of the body bag. We will look for any identifying features, so scars, tattoos, defects. We take pictures of the hands as they are. Once we're satisfied with those photographs, then we will clean the body. And once the body is cleaned, then we will take overall photographs again with the body cleaned. Then we will take both an orientation shot and a close-up shot of any defects. scars or identifying marks.
Okay, so after you've done, it sounds like an external examination, is there another part of the autopsy procedure?
So then we do the internal examination.
Okay, and when you're doing the internal examination, what do you do?
So we're looking for any kind of injury, disease, anything that's abnormal, right? Also want to look at what is normal. So we look at all of the organs, weigh all the organs, and complete our exam.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to what was labeled in the photos labeled as photo 1. And so if we can describe what we are looking at here on photo 1.
So this is the AP, or anterior posterior, full body x-ray. That was taken before the bag was opened.
So in terms of the different colors and things that we are looking at in this, what do you see that is medically significant?
So I'm not a radiologist, but what I will tell you is that this is a projectile. And there are projectile fragments in the head. This is dental restorations.
In terms of any of the other things on this that are.
These are all buttons, I think, from a hospital gown.
Okay.
So it's just artifact from the clothing that he's wearing.
So going on to.
All right, talking break. So what I have gathered in my notes, I hope y'all taking notes, okay? For one, like I said, it stood out when the medical examiner stated that the victims died at the hospital, okay? Also, what stood out is that the ME stated it was one projectile found when they did the scan of the body for a YNW set chaser, and then fragments shown also. So with that being said, you know, it tells me they do have, in my opinion, of course, okay, is that they have a bullet. They have at least the caliber or, you know, make or, you know, whatever you will refer to it as. That's what I took from that when I heard her say one projectile. So they have at least the caliber of weapon. Now, again, no one skips ahead. Please don't skip ahead because everybody may not have heard this, may not be up to date with it. So we're going to go as we go. Don't add nothing more to it. Let's just stick on what she is saying, okay? Now, again, that's what I got from it. I need everybody to tell me what y'all get from it. This is our way of having a conversation. This is our way of getting more knowledgeable, not just about the case, but about how this works in general. I will say a few things that I still don't even have the actual answer to after listening to this a couple times. But I do have, shout out to my local coroner's office, okay? They're great when it comes to answering questions. And I do have a one-on-one video with the coroner in my area that I'm going to be dropping where I ask again, I don't ask about this case in particular. I ask about certain questions that may relate to this case, but relate to other cases too moving forward. But I do have an interview with my local coroner's office I'm going to put out. I was hoping to have it done already, but it's not, but it's on the way. But back to the content. We're just following along with what she says. So let me know in the chat what you think. So let me see what anybody wrote so far. Beauty, what's up? Say, wow, that's crazy. I didn't realize she said they died at the hospital. I'm surprised the defense didn't bring that up. I agree. And I still stand what I said. The defense issue is that they are painting that Melly was never there. So to ask, and I said this during trial when we originally was reacting to it, to ask certain questions would be like, well, if you wasn't there, or if, you know, the defendant wasn't there, then what does that matter type thing. that's just my opinion on maybe that's why they wasn't doing it. Hopefully they have a new strategy this go around, but I agree. I would have poked a hole in that one. Boredom saying my first time hearing that too, just didn't catch. And then I didn't hear it until the second go around, so I'm not even gonna store it. I just heard it too yesterday, and I was like, oh, really? Renata, I feel like she could not pronounce them dead at the scene because Bortland brought them to the hospital, so I'm guessing that's where you would have to pronounce them dead. That's just my opinion. I get where you're coming from, and the only thing, right, that I would kind of be iffy on, like, going with you with that opinion is she didn't say they was DOA, dead on arrival. Most times, from my understanding, that is what's said. If before you arrive, they actually come out to get you, or the ambulance pull you in, and you're already deceased, they say DOA. Now, maybe they don't do that there, but normally I would think that's what they would pronounce it, not that you died at the hospital. Okay, so Mel said a 40 caliber was in the car. Now, matter of fact, let me write down my notes, because y'all think I'm playing. I'm actually taking notes so I can stay focused on what we're doing. So this is my thing. I don't recall them ever saying anything more in regards to what caliber bullets was found. Well, so far we know Sat Chaser had one projectile. So I don't know if I missed that. Maybe we will hear it through her testimony. But I thought that was something too. Keisha said, so she's there to let us know what bullet killed them. Well, she should, in my opinion, be able to tell us how they died, what they died of, what was injuries, was it done at point blank range, far away, things like that. Heather said she also said there was no scene to examine. Now, she says it, I don't know if she already said it, but she's going to say it again. And I know the other lady is going to talk about it, but they don't have to examine a scene at all. It was a teaching moment, right? And that's why they went. But their job per se wouldn't even, like, anything they have to say really wouldn't come from the scene. And this is just my opinion on what she said. And a lot of it, again, she hasn't even got to yet, so I'll come back to it. But another thing is still just saying that they died at the hospital. She didn't say they arrived dead at the hospital. And that was the only thing that kind of caught my attention. But again, you could be right with that, Let me see. Paradox, I was thinking the same thing at first, but you have to think when people expire before reaching the hospital, they will say they were already gone before. Correct, the DOA. So, let me see. They try to make friends. Y'all excuse my grandbaby in the background. She lit. Okay. Accurate. I said accurate. Accurate. Okay, got you. Indy, they were dead before the second shooting. We gonna get that. You jumping a little ahead, but I got where you're going with it. The medical examiner will say the caliber. Okay, so she should say it then. So far, she hasn't. All right, I think that's good. So we're gonna get back into it and see what else she says.
The next photo here. I'm just gonna zoom in just a little bit. What is this picture showing?
So this is one of our overall photographs that we take once the body has been cleaned. What you can see in this photograph is what later becomes known as an entrance gunshot wound, a defect, a circular defect to the middle of the chest.
And that was for the purposes of what we were looking at in the photographs number 3. Okay. Going on to photo number 4. What is the purpose of this photograph?
So this is what we call it's called a headshot. It's our identification shot. It's a picture of the decedent's face, also with the number. So this 18-3118, this is the big number. You saw it, the smaller one in the picture of body bag. That's the unique identifying number for this case that came to our office.
In terms of the way that you label or determine gunshots or entrances or exits, is there a specific pattern you follow?
Every pathologist does it differently. I like to start at the top of the head and go down, and then we turn them over on their back, and then we start at the top of the head again and go down. Okay. So it's an arbitrary system dependent on the pathologist on how they want to organize the number of defects that they have in their case.
Are you assigning a specific order based on the labels that you use?
I'm not. Head to toe.
Going on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
So these are the pictures of the hands cleaned up. We take dirty pictures of the hands and then we take clean pictures of the hands. We document the hands to look to see if there's any evidence of any kind of injuries. Are there any bruises? Are there any scrapes? Are there any cuts?
And did you document any scrapes, injuries, or bruises on this left hand?
There are not.
And that is photo number 5. Going on to photo number 6. What are we looking at here?
So this is the left hand. It's the palmar surface. So we'll take 3 photographs of each hand, at least 3, and 3 if they're negative, right? So the back surface, the front surface, and the side.
And you mentioned the side photo. Moving on to photo number 7.
Correct.
And in terms of the left hand, were there any bruises, injuries, any defensive wounds of any sort on the left hand?
There were not.
Can you define what a defensive wound is for the jury?
I can. So defensive wounds are usually wounds that are on the extremities. They don't have to be on the hands. They're most commonly on the hands. They can be on the forearms. They can be on the shins. Any part of your extremities that can move to block your core from any kinds of injuries. Okay, so you want to, your feet or your legs, your arms or your hands will get in the way of something that's coming at you, if you're in a fight or something, to keep that part of your body, your core, from being injured.
Okay, moving on to photograph.
All right. So she just explained to us defensive wounds. She also stated that YNW Sack Chaser did not have any defensive wounds. My opinion, when I hear no defensive wounds, I think either the victim was caught off guard and just didn't see it coming. I think they weren't face to face with somebody, because you would think, whether it's somebody you know and love or whatever, if you see harm coming to you, you're gonna go into defense, period, right? So in my mind, hearing that Sack Chaser did not have any, I definitely would feel like, again, the theory from the state, the shooter is in the back left seat, the driver's side left rear passengers. Hold on. The left passenger seat in the back. Let me just say it like that. Kind of got twisted up, okay? So, with that being said, again, we're using the state theory and we're listening to their experts, and if they are collaborating or confirming the theory. Now, with the alleged shooter sitting in the rear back on the left side, the coroner or the medical examiner is just stating that Sack Chaser has no defensive wounds, right? Even if I did not know where Sack Chaser was sitting, right, I would assume at this point in her testimony where he cannot see the shooter. Like, that's what I would have thought, even without knowing where he is. Because in the theory of the state, they already put Sack Chaser in the front passenger seat. I would think he possibly, was looking forward. He wasn't looking behind him, right? Or to his back left, because there's no defensive wounds at all, according to the in me. And this is just my take from it. So let me see if y'all got any questions or comments y'all put in. Let me see. What to do, Tiffany? Summer said interesting. Okay. Let me see. Kat said, yeah, he was caught off guard. Keisha said, was he asleep? That's a good question. I don't know. Let's see if she answers that. But that is a good question. Let me see here. Yo, oh, they knew they could probably get the drop on little Melly. If he did it, it would have to be off guard. Okay. Oh yeah, we catching up. Someone said, could it possible that there were two shooters? Ooh, two shooters. Okay. And Kat says that's her first thought. He possibly was asleep. Good points. All right, let's see what she goes into next.
Number 8. Have we moved on to the other hand now?
Now we're on the right hand. So this is the back surface of the right hand, documenting that there are no injuries.
Okay. So moving on to photograph number 9.
Side of the right hand, no injuries.
Okay. And photograph number 10.
So the inside of the right hand, no injuries.
So I'm going to move on to what's been labeled as entrance wound B. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where this wound on this gunshot wound B, entrance wound, is?
So it's in the middle of the chest.
Okay. In terms of, do you document in your report the distance from the top of the head?
I do. I don't memorize that. If I can look at my report.
Do you need to refresh your recollection? Please.
So that wound is 19¼ inches. Oh no, below the top of the head.
And in terms of the left to right distance, how far is that?
It's 1/2 inch right of the anterior midline.
And can you define for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a perforating gunshot wound?
I can. So for gunshot wounds, for forensic pathologists, there's 2 kinds. There's a penetrating gunshot wound. Goes in, doesn't come out. Penetrates. I recover a projectile. Then there's a perforating gunshot wound. It perforates the body. I have an entrance and I have an exit, and I don't collect a projectile.
And so, Dr. McDougall, so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have an idea. How many autopsies have you done in which gunshot wounds have been a cause of death?
Oh, probably 600 or 700.
The gunshot wound that we're looking at right here, is there anything about soot, stippling, or muzzle imprint?
So this is, so in forensic pathology, we have 3 different ranges of fire. And for gunshot wounds, we are tasked with trying to determine the range of fire. There is what's called a contact gunshot wound, which means that the muzzle of the gun is up against the target when the gun goes off. In those cases, you have a nice round deposition of soot on the entrance wound. The next is called intermediate. With an intermediate gunshot wound, if you take your target and your gun and you move away from your target, okay, so you're far enough away now that you're not going to leave a nice ring of soot, you're going to get something that's called stipple. Okay, so the gunpowder coming out of the gun will tattoo the skin. You will get a nice pattern, a spray of stipple on the skin. Those are intermediate gunshot wounds. With indeterminate gunshot wounds, that either means that the muzzle of the gun is far enough away from the target that all of the gunpowder falls off before the projectile hits the body, or there's something in the way of the skin, between the skin and the weapon, that any evidence of close range firing would be on that. clothing. Okay, if you have someone that's shot in the chest, you'd want to look for evidence of close range firing on what they're wearing, because it has to go through that before it hits the body. And that gunpowder is not going to get to the skin because the clothes are in the way.
Okay, and so, Doctor, I want to make sure we understand on intermediate.
Yep.
On that, do you do any range of fire testing?
On clothing,
What about on skin or human body?
you have to do it, no, you have to do it on clothing.
Is any of that your area of expertise where you would recreate that?
On the clothing?
Yes.
No.
And
All right, I'm using one device. So I'll be having to pause it and go over to unmute myself. All right, so talking break real quick. Something I want to point out that I just caught. When the ASA asked her, okay, does she do XYZ? I can't remember verbatim. And she said, no. Right? She's speaking that's not her area to speak on. Like, that's not what she does, right? Her thing is whatever, but not testing clothes and all that. So, right, I got to thinking just now, well, if that's the case, were the clothes tested? And who tested the clothes? You know what I'm saying? So that's one of my questions. Were the clothes tested, and who tested the clothes? Another thing is, I hope everybody heard her explain what contact wound is, intermediate wound. And the other one, I actually missed what she called it. And I know it's another one she hasn't got to yet, but if anybody could put in the chat what the word was that she said means they're pretty far away, or something is in between the actual bullet entering or hitting the body and the body, like clothing. What was the word she said? Because I totally couldn't understand what she was saying. So let me see if y'all got any questions in the chat. Mickey, have you ever been burned by a shell at the range? That can give you an idea how it could be if a person is close. Yes, I have. Don't give me this. Those things just be popping back. But I get what you're saying. But, you know, see, now I gotta put Mr. Mel in a category with Loud Pack and Arthur, because you never know what he be saying. Okay, respectfully, I'm not sure if you're a male. But I got you. Now I'm reading y'all chat first before I put it on the screen. All right. The thing about these experts that are called into trial is they could all be debunked probably, and they do many trials. It's not just this one. That's their specialty during trials. Gotcha. But medical examiners got to be pretty precise, as far as what they say. No, it wasn't stippling. It was like an eye. I think she said something with an eye. I don't want to rewind it. Maybe she say it again. Anybody caught it, let me know, okay? Let me see. All right. Oh, you understand my time? Oh, yeah. I got you. All right, let's get back to it.
On intermediate gunshot wounds, is there a textbook answer for distance?
There is a textbook answer.
And what would that be?
So the textbook answer is 3 inches to 3 feet.
In terms of without having a specific weapon, can you get any more exact than that?
The best way to get the distance on a certain person would be to take the exact same gun with the exact same ammunition with a white sheet of paper, right? Until you get far enough away that the distance of your stipple pattern on your paper matches what it was on the skin.
If you don't have a pattern, can you do that recreation?
Cannot.
So continuing on talking about.
I got to come on a different way because this muting one and going to another screen. Okay, so what I just called gathered from what she just said, at this point in her testimony, okay, she is stating she cannot, as the coroner or the medical examiner, provide the distance that the bullets came to the body. That's what I took from. Is that what y'all took from? I've been trying to, y'all know I got ADD a little bit, okay? So I be trying to focus in, but I believe that's the gist of what she just said. Let me know in the chat. If you are just joining us, make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Now pull up. We are having Truth Team Court of Public Internet Opinion, okay? Today we are reviewing the testimony of the Chief Medical Examiner in YNW Melly's first trial. We are clearing our minds of all theories, all things we know. The only theory, okay, that we are going with at this moment is the state's theory that YNW Melly shot and killed two of his best friends, which are the victims, rest in peace to them. Also, that YNW Melly, YNW Portland, allegedly rode around with the victims in the car before taking them to the hospital. So yes, that theory is what we're on, okay? We are listening, okay? We're giving our opinions and we're talking about it. We are taking notes, whatever you need to do so that we can actually understand, like for real understand. This is a good case to learn from if you're not familiar with how autopsies and things go. And as always, we're debunking some of the misinformation or factual information that we may not know that's floating around, okay? So, thank you. Is that what it was? So I got contact, intermediate, and then what was it? Intermittent. Intermittent is the other one. Okay, intermittent. Hold on, I got to write that down because I was like, what was the I word? All right. Oh, and again, for my new people to the live, we are dissecting a case right now. If that's not your thing, I won't hold it against you. Exit stage left. Catch me on one that's more your speed. To my trolls, be mindful. If you curse, meaning you spell out the cuss word, you're out because I don't have time to deal with YouTube. Again, be respectful, okay? Respectful. Have your opinion, debate. But any types of insults or whatever, you out of here. This is actual content that we're doing. So be mindful of that. Make sure y'all put your opinions and comments in the chat, and we back at it. And I'm about to get on my other device because I'm tired of switching over.
Wound label B. How can you tell if that is an entrance versus an exit wound?
So entrance wounds classically have something called a rim of abrasion. Okay, so on this particular gunshot wound label B, I have a marginal rim of abrasion.
I'm going to go forward now to for B on the
notes. Turn right here. So this is my rim of abrasion right here.
That's okay. 12 for the record.
So the entrance is right here, and the rim of abrasion is this piece of the abrasion on the skin right there.
So Dr. McDougall, why is there more rim of abrasion on one side than the other?
So when you're looking at gunshot wounds, what that tells you is that the projectile is coming from that side of the body. Okay, so when a projectile hits a target skin straight on, you'll get what's called a circumferential rim of abrasion, which means the rim of abrasion goes all the way around the circle. Okay, if it enters from the right side of the body at an angle, and then the right side of that circular gunshot wound is going to have a marginal abrasion. If it enters from the bottom, that abrasion is going to be along the bottom. Top, the rim of abrasion will be on top. Left-hand side, the rim of abrasion will be on the left-hand side.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the previous photo. If you could then explain and show on this what direction the projectile is coming from.
So the projectile is coming from his right-hand side.
And you're turning in anatomical position?
In anatomical position, that's correct.
Okay, moving on to the next photo here, which is labeled as photo number 14.
Okay, y'all. I do have to rewind that some. I got interrupted and I totally missed that last part. So I'm gonna just go back just a little bit, okay? And then my bad. I've been trying to focus, but I totally got sidetracked. So hold up, let me see. Did I push through? Nope.
Exam.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to what was labeled in the photos labeled as photo 1. And so if we can describe what we are looking at here on photo 1.
So this is the AP, or anterior posterior, full body x-ray. That was taken before the bag was opened.
So in terms of the different
I
colors
went
and things that we
too
are
far
looking
back.
at
Hold
in
up.
this,
I ain't want to
what-
go that far.
There is what's called a contact gunshot wound, which means that the muzzle of the gun is up against the target
I'm just gonna let it play for
when the gun goes off. In those cases, you have a nice round deposition of soot on the entrance wound. The next is called intermediate. With an intermediate gunshot wound, if you take your target and your gun and you move away from your target, okay, so you're far enough away now that you're not gonna leave a nice ring of soot, you're gonna get something that's called stipple. Okay, so the gunpowder coming out of the gun will tattoo the skin. You will get a nice pattern, a spray of stipple on the skin. Those are intermediate gunshot wounds. With indeterminate gunshot wounds, that either means that the muzzle of the gun is far enough away from the target that all the gunpowder falls off before the projectile hits the body, or there's something in the way of the skin, between the skin and the weapon, that any evidence of close range firing would be on that clothing. Okay, if you have someone that's shot in the chest, you'd want to look for evidence of close range firing on what they're wearing, because it has to go through that before it hits the body. And that gunpowder is not going to get to the skin because the clothes are in the way.
Okay, and so Doctor, I want to make sure we understand on intermediate.
Yep.
On that, do you do any range of fire testing?
On clothing,
What about on skin or human body?
you have to do it, no, you have to do it on clothing.
Is any of that your area of expertise where you would recreate that?
On the clothing,
Yes.
no.
And on intermediate gunshot wounds, is there a textbook answer for distance?
There is a textbook answer.
And what would that be?
So the textbook answer is 3 inches to 3 feet.
In terms of without having a specific weapon, can you get any more exact than that?
The best way to get the distance on a certain person would be to take the exact same gun with the exact same ammunition with a white sheet of paper, right? Until you get far enough away that the distance of your stipple pattern on your paper matches what it was on the skin.
If you don't have a pattern, can you do that recreation?
Cannot.
So continuing on talking about the wound label B, how can you tell if that is an entrance versus an exit wound?
So entrance wounds classically have something called a rim of abrasion. Okay, so on this particular gunshot wound label B, I have a marginal rim of abrasion.
I'm gonna go forward now to for B on the
I have
number.
to turn it there. So this is my rim of abrasion here.
That's photo 12 for the record.
So the entrance is right here. And the rim of abrasion is this piece of the abrasion on the skin right there.
So Dr. McDougall, why is there more rim of abrasion on one side than the other?
So when you're looking at gunshot wounds, what that tells you is that the projectile is coming from that side of the body. Okay, so when a projectile hits a target skin straight on, you'll get what's called a circumferential rim of abrasion, which means the rim of abrasion goes all the way around the circle. Okay, if it enters from the right side of the body at an angle, and then the right side of that circular gunshot wound is going to have a marginal abrasion. If it enters from the bottom, that abrasion is going to be along the bottom. Top, the rim of abrasion will be on the top. Left-hand side, the rim of abrasion will be on the left-hand side.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the previous photo. If you could then explain and show on this what direction the projectile is coming from.
So the projectile is coming from his right-hand side.
And you're talking anatomical position?
In anatomical position, that's correct.
Okay, moving on to the next photo here, which is labeled as photo number 14.
Am I missing something? I keep missing like. Let me just Google what it means, cause man, what did she say? What anatomical position is? Cause I think that's the part that I keep missing. This second go round. So y'all let me know. Maybe I got to Google it and see what's going on.
On this. What are we looking at in photo number 14?
So on the top of his right shoulder is the third entrance gunshot wound.
And the third entrance gunshot wound, was that given a label?
It was labeled.
Is that C?
It's a C, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm over right. Because like I'm over here and I'm like, dang, I don't want to use Google because that's gonna defeat what we doing. So I'm gonna go back. Hopefully not that far. Let me see, is this good?
You will get a nice pattern, a spray of stipple on the skin. Those are intermediate gunshot wounds. With indeterminate gunshot wounds, that either means that the muzzle of the gun is far enough away from the target that all of the gunpowder falls off before the projectile hits the body, or there's something in the way of the skin, between the skin and the weapon, that any evidence of close range firing would be on that clothing. Okay, if you have someone that's shot in the chest, you'd want to look for evidence of close range firing on what they're wearing, because it has to go through that before it hits the body. And that gunpowder is not going to get to the skin because the clothes are in the way.
Okay, and so Doctor, I want to make sure we understand on intermediate.
Yep.
On that, do you do any range of fire testing?
On clothing?
What about on skin or human body?
You have to do it, no. You have to do it on clothing.
Is any of that your area of expertise where you would recreate that?
On the clothing?
Yes.
No.
And on intermediate gunshot wounds, is there a textbook answer for distance?
There is a textbook answer.
And what would that be?
So the textbook answer is 3 inches to 3 feet.
In terms of without having a specific weapon, can you get any more exact than that?
The best way to get the distance on a certain person would be to take the exact same gun with the exact same ammunition with a white sheet of paper, right? Until you get far enough away that the distance of your stipple pattern on your paper matches what it was on the skin.
If you don't have a pattern, can you do that recreation?
Cannot.
So continuing on talking about the wound labeled B, how can you tell if that is an entrance versus an exit wound?
So entrance wounds classically have something called a rim of abrasion. Okay, so on this particular gunshot wound labeled B, I have a marginal rim of abrasion.
I'm going to go forward now to for B on the
I have
number.
to turn right here. So this is my rim of abrasion here.
That's photo 12 for the record.
So the entrance is right here, and the rim of abrasion is this piece of the abrasion on the skin right there.
So Dr. McDougall, Why is there more rim of abrasion on one side than the other?
So when you're looking at gunshot wounds, what that tells you is that the projectile is coming from that side of the body. Okay, so when a projectile hits a target skin straight on, you'll get what's called a circumferential rim of abrasion, which means the rim of abrasion goes all the way around the circle. Okay, if it enters from the right side of the body at an angle, and then the right side of that circular gunshot wound is going to have a marginal abrasion. If it enters from the bottom, that abrasion is going to be along the bottom. Top, the rim of abrasion will be on top. Left-hand side, the rim of abrasion will be on the left-hand side.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the previous photo. If you could then explain and show on this what direction the projectile is coming from.
So the projectile is coming from his right-hand side.
And you're turning anatomical position?
In anatomical position, that's correct.
Okay, moving on.
Okay. It must have been further back. Hold on. Let me. Hold on, cause I'm tripping a little bit. I gotta find out what that word. A palm forward. Okay, I need what still? What does that mean? Anatomical. Give me a picture. Yeah, she was wearing that mask. Alright. So anatomical. Oh, how she stood up. So anatomical position, okay, is when basically I'm still, it done threw me off. So when she said it entered his right, what did that mean? When, like, what does that mean? Does she explain that in her thing? Hold on. Yeah, I know I'd have been sipping a little bit, but I was like, hold on. Did she just say what I think she said? So hold on. I got her actual deposition up. Let me see. Maybe I need to see it. Here it go. Was that was B, right? Hold on, y'all. I'm having a brain block about what she's talking about right now. So I'm trying to figure out before we move forward. Because I'm a little confused when she said it was his right side anatomical position. And I must have skipped past the see, I can't pronounce anatomical position meaning. All right, let me see. Summer said, music, what it do? Summer says that meant that the shot was tilted to the right. I'm thinking that she explained the circular around the entrance room. Okay, y'all see me over here like, what the world? Okay. Music time my dad, they got court tonight. Hey, y'all know we got to do that, okay? Heather says the shot to the chest was in his right side of his chest, 1.5 inches away from the center of his chest. Oh, okay. Okay, now I'm okay. Thank you, Heather. Now I remember what she's talking about. Okay, cool. Thank you. And see, this is how you're supposed to deliberate, okay? You're supposed to just talk this thing out. Oh, yeah. I'm going to wait till she say it. But now, thank you, Heather, because now it made me remember when they come back to this particular wound. Thank you. This is what we do over here on the Truth Scene for everybody that's new. Let's get back to it.
On to the next photo here, which is labeled as photo number 14 on this. What are we looking at in photo number 14?
So on the top of his right shoulder is the third entrance gunshot wound.
And the third entrance gunshot wound, was that given a label?
It was labeled,
Is that C?
it's a C, yes, ma'am.
The victim's head is up there by 7. Does that mean he was 7 foot tall?
It depends on where his feet are.
Do you document the height and weight of the decedent when he's first brought in?
We do.
And what was for Mr. Williams?
So he's 76 inches in length and 172 pounds.
And can you convert that 76 inches to feet, please?
I can, it's 6 feet 4 inches in length.
Okay. In terms of the photo that we're looking at here, on this particular wound, which is later assigned the label of C, what type of wound is this? Penetrating or perforating?
So this is a penetrating, so it has an entrance wound, no exit. And so it's also an entrance wound.
Going on to what's labeled as A, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where is this wound A?
I can. So A is an entrance gunshot wound on the left side of the back of his neck.
Would using that as a demonstrative help to illustrate that on a styrofoam head?
Okay.
Sorry, counsel, that's in my note. 18 years to
All right, so now she has stated wound A, okay, was the left side of the back of Fat Chaser's neck. They are now going to give her a styrofoam, okay, head, and I'm assuming she's going to point it out on that. But so far, she has not stated what caliber weapon has been used. So again, we're only talking about what the coroner is providing, the chief medical examiner, okay? And she has not stated the caliber. However, early on, she said one projectile was recovered from Fat Chaser and multiple fragments was located. But so far, not an actual caliber, okay?
Okay, Dr. McDougall, approaching with what has been labeled as Broward Medical Examiner's Office 18-3118.
Correct.
Is that consistent with the medical examiner's office number that was assigned for the autopsy of Anthony Williams?
It is.
Okay, prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to place markings on this styrofoam head to approximate the locations of the wounds on Mr. Williams?
I did.
And would this help and assist in demonstrating to the jury where those wounds were in position on those photographs?
It will show the wound path as well.
Okay, so Your Honor, this state would ask the witness to use the demonstrative.
Yes. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the demonstrative exhibit.
All right. Okay, y'all got it. Never mind. Well, since I got it muted, so just for those who did not catch, and I kind of went over it in the King Von shooting reaction video, but penetrating as hold on, somebody just had said what it was. I was gonna put it up on the screen. Angie, what it do? Nobody put penetrating. Okay. So Summer stated perforate, y'all know, okay? Means it goes through. So through and through. And I actually, matter of fact, I do got that on my notes from yesterday. Yeah, I'm over here really looking at my notes. Oh yeah. And then penetrating is when it, no, I didn't write it. Somebody else tell me. Well, I thought I wrote it. Because I don't want to get y'all confused. Give me a second. Dang, why I thought I wrote it? Oh yeah, because I wrote it on the King Von video, not on this one. All right, here we go. I'm about to put the definition in the chat in just 1 second. Okay. You won't let me copy? Why can't I copy? All right, here we go. Not you, nah. Live streaming it's hard, but it's easy at the same time. Okay. Thank you, Boredom, because I was over here having the time. So yeah, just a little segue. Live streaming is because there's so much you got to put up, but it's easy for me because it's raw and uncut. So when I'm doing lives, I don't mind having silence. I don't mind having all that compared to if I was doing a video. You know what I'm saying? I would have to edit or whatever to make it more cleaner. But on my lives, I be like, hey, y'all take me as I am. All right, y'all. Now that we got to understand, I'm going to go ahead and press play.
It's not in evidence at this time. The testimony is what the witness says. The demonstrative is used basically to assist the witness in explaining or illustrating her testimony. As I said, the testimony of the witness is the evidence. This demonstrative is not to be considered by you as evidence in the case unless it's later received in evidence. Only items that are actually received in evidence would be going back with you to the jury room during deliberations.
Okay.
Proceed.
And so, Dr. McDougall, could you be kind enough to show where on that head would be entrance wound A?
So the approximate position of that entrance wound is about right here.
And you said this was what type of gunshot wound?
This is a perforating gunshot wound, which means I have an entrance and an exit.
And where was that exit?
The exit is on the right temporal scalp.
And how?
OMG. Is that, hold on. Is that the fucking exit on top of, oh shit. What the fuck? My bad, y'all. I totally went to sleep during her testimony during the actual trial. So this is and when I was listening to it, I never looked. So it went from the, oh shit. Let me put that on my nose. Shit. Left back of neck. Enter. And then basically, it exit top right of his head. Fuck. Rest in peace to the victims, man. This here. Oh my gosh.
I'm going to skip ahead to that exit, which is E.
That's correct.
Okay. And so is E shown on there?
The approximate location of the exit wound on this demonstrative is about right there.
Okay. For the wounds A to E, as labeled on the photos, was that wound fatal?
It is a fatal wound, yes.
What injuries were associated with the wound track of A to E?
Okay, so just for clarification, yes. It went from the left back of the neck to the right top of the head. So if you were like me and wondering why the front windshield of the truck was not like shattered, this possibly could be why, because the exit was on the top of his head to the right. It could have broke the window, or it just could have went through the actual sunroof, or lodged in the, not the sunroof, but you know, the freaking, what is that called? I'm tripping. The top of the car, whatever that's called. That's crazy.
So that projectile goes through the scalp, the skull, the dura mater, the brain. There is subgaleal, subdural, and subarachnoid hemorrhage and multiple fractures of the bones of the skull.
Okay, so a lot of medical terms. Let's slow down and define them. So what is a subgaleal hemorrhage?
So your scalp, right, your head, the skin that's on your head, when you reflect it back, right, the underside of that is called the galea. Okay, so if you have hemorrhage in the underside of the skin on your head, that's a subgaleal hemorrhage. When you, inside your head is your brain, okay? What you have a cover on your brain that is called dura mater. Okay, so you have your brain, you have this dura mater, and then your skull. All right, so if I have subdural hemorrhage, sub means underneath, I have blood between the brain and the dura. Subarachnoid hemorrhage, the arachnoid is a very fine membrane that covers the brain, and that is hemorrhage in that space. So there are different spaces within the cranial cavity where blood collects with injury.
And so you said hemorrhage. If you could just make sure that that word is defined in your context as a forensic pathologist.
So hemorrhage means there's bleeding. Okay, a bruise. If you ever had a bruise, that's hemorrhage underneath your skin after you bump into something or have some sort of trauma.
Okay. So I want to go back to wound A. So I'm going to go back to that photo. On A, is there an abrasion margin?
There's a very small abrasion margin around that wound.
And is it concentric?
It is.
And what does that mean?
It means it's all the way, it's around the whole thing as opposed to a marginal abrasion, which we saw before, which is just on one part of the entrance wound. This abrasion encompasses the whole entrance wound.
The wound track or pattern, were there fragments that were recovered along this wound track?
There were.
Joint counsel, what's been previously marked as stage quadruple B. Dr. McDougall, prior to coming into court today, did you have the opportunity to review the items inside states quadruple B outside the presence of the jury?
I did.
Do you recognize what is in there?
I do.
What is it?
Those are the projectile fragments that were collected at the autopsy.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when they were collected?
They are.
They have your initials on the evidence tape on the outside.
They do.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states quadruple B in as state 74.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple B, will be marked states 74.
So, Dr. McDougall, in terms of this particular entrance wound, how can you tell this is the entrance versus site E?
Because it has an abrasion margin, okay, abrasions are usually only associated with entrance wounds. Exit wounds are more commonly lacerated. And when we look at wound E, we'll see that it's a lacerated defect.
In terms of any sort of soot, stippling, did you note that on this particular injury?
So I called the range of fire on this case indeterminate. Okay, there are, can you go out?
Sure.
I just want to show. So, you know, indeterminate does not mean distant. Indeterminate means I don't know. So, you know, you could say that might be stipple, that little defect right there. That might be stipple, but that's right around a hair follicle. And if you look over here, there are areas where you can tell there's scarring. So when you look at the nape of the neck, where gentlemen get shaved, you get ingrown hairs, you can have folliculitis, it's called. I'm not going to say this is intermediate. With 3, maybe 4 ditzels, I call them, that might be soot. I actually took a microscopic section of one of these to try to see if I could see any evidence of gunshot residue, gunpowder, stipple, and the one section that I took was basically the epidermis, which is the top layer of your skin, was normal, and there was some blood underneath it. So I did not get to see what I wanted to see, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't there. It just wasn't in the section that I took.
Without a pattern, can you make any sort of medical opinion as to range of fire?
I will not, based on 1 or 2, I call them ditzels.
All right, talk break real quick. So, and well, side note, Ann says that Matthew Perry for Friends just passed away. Rest in peace to him. For those who ever watched Friends. Also, it was somebody else that put somebody else in there. What was his name? Big Mota. I believe Music actually dropped a video on that. So yeah, I think that is he passed away. Rest in peace to him. Shout out to Philly for pulling up. Let's talk about it. So Summer said, oh, y'all went fast. Hold on. I went to click some more thing and then it went up. Summer said, so was he either shot through the headrest or from further away, right? So the angle, well, where they had the hole on the styrofoam, right? Seems like it was like at the neck, possibly. I can't recall. We'll get into that, like exactly what the headrest looked like. But to me, I think possibly it hit him where his neck was showing from the back, if that makes sense. But of course, that's my opinion. We're gonna look because I can't recall what the headrest looked like, but that's possible. Also, let me see. They they're having a conversation themselves. So another thing was, dang, she just said it. Oh, she cannot provide an actual medical answer in regards to how far away the shots were. Okay. Based on her, and she even said she did some testing to see if what she was looking at were stipple or whatever. She couldn't come to a conclusion that it was or wasn't, so she said she doesn't know. So in reality, she cannot say medically how far the gunshot the gun were hold on, rewind. How far the person was who shot the victims, okay, medically. And this is the, again, chief medical examiner, okay? Keep that in mind. The chief medical examiner cannot say how far the gunshot wounds were. Now, earlier, I know Paradox called it, but they asked, was there a textbook answer? Okay. A textbook answer to how far was it intermediate? Was it intermediate? It was intermediate. Yeah. No. Interdeterminate. Fuck. All these words sound like. Anybody recall, was it intermediate or interdeterminate, where the textbook answer was 3 inches to 3 feet? I can't recall which word, but it's important to keep in mind the 3 inches to 3 feet, because when we get into the shooting reconstruction, that's going to be important to remember. So one of those words, I can't remember if it was the intermediate, which means the gun was moving away from the body, where stipple would be left. And I kind of feel like it is that one, or it could have been the shit. These words tripping me up. That's why I tell you, I can't freaking be in the medical field because the word's confusing. Interdeterminate. Okay. So interdeterminate means further away, possible, like clothing or something is in the middle of the bullet coming to the body. And then intermediate is where the stipple tattooed the skin type thing, right? So with that being said, she cannot label these wounds at any of them. She can't call it either one. So it's kind of like from the medical side of it, she is no way of knowing exactly where the gun was in distance from the body, from her point of view. Okay. So again, she doesn't know. So medically, and for my people that have selective hearing, okay, medically, we don't know how far the gun was from the body. Said it at trial. This is what it comes down to. Again, I'm saying one more time because it's going to be important as we go on. Medically, okay, the chief examiner, medical examiner, stated it's no way to determine, in her opinion, and her opinion matters because she's the expert on the stand talking about it. Plus, okay, she was the one that did one of the autopsies. It was not a medical determination on how far the gun was from the bodies. Okay, keep that in mind. What we know exactly. What we do know, as far as, because right now she is only talking about Sat Chaser because she could perform the autopsy. We do know, okay, that gunshot wound A, okay, is the shot that went through the back of the left side of the back of the neck out the right top side of the head, okay, which they had fragments. However, she could not make a decision or determination if it was stipple. So again, medically, we don't know, okay, exactly, in her professional expert opinion. Okay, intermediate. Thank you, Heather. Okay, I was thinking so. So that's what we got so far. So, okay, with the theory that the state has, okay, the state says YNW Melly was sitting in a left passenger side, okay? The victims were shot from the left side, and it's no other way or nobody else it could be besides Melly. Now, so far from this particular witness, what we know is that Sat Chaser was shot in the left backside of his neck. However, how far the shooter was, they don't know medically. Okay. Let me see if y'all had any questions. So Paradox said, but if there were Pow, okay, I was about to say what? Pow from inside the car and he was powed in the neck, it would have been intermediate. Well, according to the expert, it's indeterminate. So, with that being said, they don't know how far. Now, to me, and again, we are the truth team over here breaking down a case for our own public opinion over here on YouTube. We are not part of any cases. We are talking about this public case. What we will take from this is that they can't tell me where the shooter was. They can't tell me how far away was the gun aimed at this victim for us or for myself if I was on the jury, for real, right? I can have in my mind where they're at. All I would take from this is they were sitting on the left side of the person, or they're on the left side of the person, because the entry room was on the left side of the back of the neck. So not only was they sitting to the left, but they were sitting to the left back of the person. Now, let's be real. Again, the state has presented a video of us seeing YNW Melly getting into the left rear side of a vehicle, and also a fat chaser getting into the front passenger side. Just with that alone so far, okay, my mind would definitely be like, well, okay, Melly was getting in that side, and now the victim is hit on that side. But what I also would have to keep in mind, right, so far, is that the medical examiner says the victims died at the hospital. Also, that the medical examiner cannot tell me how far away the person was who shot the victim, okay? And also, okay, that it was something else she said she couldn't tell us. Dang, what was it? Oh, she couldn't tell us if any of the shots so far was interdeterminate. No, right? Interdeterminate. Shit, is that the word interdeterminate? No, hold on. Intermediate and is it interdeterminate? God damn it, these words. But anyway, she can't test clothes. She doesn't test clothes or whatever. That will be the middle man to the actual bullet in the body. So that still leaves a question: who tests the clothes and were they tested? Okay. That's my thing. Let me see what y'all been saying. If his arm is extended, then there would be stippling unless it went through the headrest. Oh, now that's interesting, because they would have to then test the headrest according to the expert witness. That's a good point. I hope the jury takes it serious this next trial and listens to the evidence and not their emotion. That's true. Because again, we've been talking about this for months, and I've learned a lot of new things just listening back today. So scientifically, he could not have been in the car, Melly or Plug. I don't know, Paradox. What you mean? Any of Melly's DNA found on the back driver's side seat, on the seat? I'm gonna go with no. I think it was the handle. However, that's a whole nother conversation. So we'll have to look back at the crime scene testimony, but I don't believe it was on the seat. It's on Melly's team to prove when he got out the car. I'm shocked the jury deadlocked, but then again, she was paid. Oh shit. Well, to be honest, so far, I mean, just based off the testimony of the Emmy so far, I mean, I'm 50-50 to be honest. Just based, because again, we're only going off of what we're hearing from the coroner and comparing it to the theory. I'm 50-50 still, because again, they do present a video showing us YNW Melly allegedly getting into that left seat, right, and that Sat Chaser got in the right. Now listening to the coroner, who again states that the victim was shot on the left back of his neck, right? I'm like, okay, y'all might be right. But then when the coroner also cannot state how far the person was away from the actual gun, and the fact that she said the victim died, not DOA, but died at the hospital, is a little alarming to me. Let me see. How will his DNA be on the back seat? I don't believe they said it was on the back seat. We'll have to look at it, because y'all, it's been some months, but I think it was only on the handle, if I'm not mistaken. Correct. There is reasonable doubt so far, for sure. No way to tell what time frame between the wounds. Let's see. She may. And again, so far she has not stated what caliber bullet it was that she took out of the victim. They have shown it, meaning they have it, but they haven't said it yet. That's interesting too, because like, why at this point are y'all not mentioning what caliber the bullet was? But let's keep going.
Say that for sure is intermediate.
In terms of this particular injury, was the individual alive when it was inflicted?
Yes.
How can you tell that?
From the hemorrhage.
Is there any sort of other things that would help and assist you in demonstrating the difference between hemorrhage and not?
Well, if you look at the other injuries.
Okay. So let's move on then to.
All right. So again, what we just took from this is that the coroner or the medical chief, let me stop saying coroner. The chief medical examiner just said when wound A, which is the left back of the neck, the victim was alive. She stated she knows that because basically it was blood. But they referred to it as hemorrhaging. Okay. So wound A, alive. All right. So let me see. They got to prove. Wonder how his DNA got on the handle. Must have been sweating. We're going to take a look at it too. Shout out to Summer, said, this is fascinating. I'm glad you're going through this with a fine-tooth comb. I tell y'all, I'll be watching it all the time. I love A&E, Oxygen. Like, those are my stations I be watching. I thought they said they died when they got to the hospital. Well, that is what the chief medical examiner just said. Okay. Okay, y'all talking about DNA. All right. Y'all make sure y'all like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to pull up with the truth team tonight, because we winding back to YNW Melly's first trial. We are listening to Chief Medical Examiner. I believe her name is Rebecca McDougal. Okay. We are going over this thing so that we can make our own public opinion about exactly what did we take from what she said. And again, tonight we are focusing on the theory that the state presented as far as how they're saying XYZ. Ultimately, the only person that could have killed the victims was YNW Melly. So that's the theory we're going with. I kind of had a brain fart just now. That's why I kind of was like XYZ, because I can't remember what I was about to say. But nevertheless, let's keep on going. Heather says, so that was a fatal shot. Let's see. I do believe she is asked that, so I don't want to jump ahead. So let's see.
Gunshot wound C.
So this is gunshot wound C, which was on the back of the right shoulder. Okay, the abrasion collar around that wound is not hemorrhagic. What that tells me is that there is no circulation to that part of the body when that gunshot wound is inflicted. If you think about, an abrasion is a blunt force injury, okay, from an object. It's a friction injury. If you think about riding your bike as a child, falling off your bike, skidding your knee, right? That will quickly turn red and bleed because you've taken off that that top layer of skin. Same scenario here, except I don't have any circulating, I don't have a heartbeat, I don't have any blood circulating to this part of the body. Therefore, that abrasion stays yellowy white.
So Dr. McDougal, can you give any opinion as to how long time frame elapsed between gunshot wound A to E in the head and gunshot wound C?
I cannot.
Why not?
Oh, because I don't know how long it would have taken him to pass away.
Is there any medical studies that can be?
All right. Another thing that she just said, she doesn't know how long it will take for them to pass away. But again, you stated they died at the hospital. Now, it could be as simple as she just like misuse of words, but we're talking about a double homicide, okay? I don't know. Like, that ain't sitting well with her saying that. Because again, that's a technicality in my eyes, in my opinion, of course. But she just said she doesn't know how long it would take for them to pass when asked that question. But let's keep going.
Recreated him?
We can't do that.
You said he is deceased at that point.
Correct.
Can you?
All right, I gotta go back because I'm tripping again. Hold up. Let me play that again.
And bleed because you've taken off that front, that top layer of skin. Same scenario here, except I don't have any circulating, I don't have a heartbeat, I don't have any blood circulating to this part of the body. Therefore, that abrasion stays yellowy white.
So Dr. McDougall, can you give any opinion as to how long time frame elapsed between gunshot wound A to E in the head and gunshot wound C?
I cannot.
Why not?
Oh, because I don't know how long it would have taken him to pass away.
Is there any?
Okay. I thought that's what she said. Let me write that in my notes. So she also, the ME just said she cannot tell medically how much time went past between gunshot A to, did she say C? C? So I think that's major, right? When you're taking a look at the evidence, because again, the state's timeline, right, says the shooting happened at this point, right? And then they're tracking the steps on the fitness app. YNW Melly, who is allegedly with this phone, whose steps are being counted or whatnot, got out the car only once, right? And that's when they said a drive-by happened, right? And then, it continues. I can't remember verbatim everything from there. But with that being said, if that is the case, in my mind, based off the state's theory, or basically what the story they're going with, if YNW Melly only got out the car once, is it stating that the shooting happened in the car and nobody stopped? It just was a smooth, like, boom, boom, we're not stopping. Then we get to the location and do the drive-by. Or, and I think when I play it back up, I'm going to go pull the original arrest report because they actually break down the timeline so that I can get a refresher, because I'm kind of confused. Just a little bit. Based off of that, if the medical examiner can't pinpoint how much time went between the original fatal, right? Or did she say it was fatal? I believe, because she said she believed he was deceased at that point. So the initial shot, which is gunshot wound A to a gunshot wound C, the time difference, how is the timeline supposed to be so like intact with the state? That makes me think the medical has no impact on the timeline from the state. The state is solely using the phone, because medically she's not giving us a timeline. She says she doesn't know. And she also said there's no way for any medical professional to say it, because they do not know how long it took the victim to die. I thought that was crazy. Let me see what y'all saying. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, that was a big statement. And we haven't got there yet. I don't think she knew how long it took Bortman to drive to the hospital. Yeah, I don't. Well, she pretty much said she don't know how much time for any of it. I think the state's theory is wrong, but so is their story. There has to be a lot more to this than we know. Oh, for sure. Don't know how long it takes for them to pass away. The video. She wouldn't be able to determine that just from the wounds. Hold on, determine what. I know I'm behind on. Click on these comments. Determine what, Summer. Okay. So that's a good question. And I actually talk about that in my interview with the coroner from my city, not from there. So the how can I explain this like in like just basic form? They can only give you a time frame. And a lot of things play into that. And I'm probably about to say this so wrong. Rigor mortis is very important. Also, just a lot of things. But I know rigor mortis is very important. And then it depends on the temperature that about. It's a lot of things that go into it. But nevertheless, they can only give you a time frame. They cannot, okay, from my understanding, tell you at 2:24 exactly is when you died. However, they can give a time frame, which in turns law enforcement will use to then go collect evidence, right? Like, for example, this is nothing to do with this case, but if, say, for example, a shooting happened, it's a bullet lodged in a clock, and the clock said 9:30 p.m., then you could put that with the fact that you have a deceased body here, shot to death, a bullet in a clock stopped at 9:30, you know what I'm saying, type thing. But it would have to be something like that, in my opinion, of course. Okay. But let's get back into it.
Any medical studies that can be recreated in?
We can't do that.
You said he is deceased at that point.
Correct.
Can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an example of what you would see if they were inflicted within seconds of each other?
Well, I can tell you of the hundreds of gunshot wound cases, not even, I just had a stab wound case, but in the hundreds of cases that I've done, the thousands of cases that I've done, there are only 3 where I can tell you the order in which the shots occurred, because some were before the person passed away and some were after. You know, I've had hundreds of gunshot wound cases where they're shot 15, 20, 25 times, and every single gunshot has hemorrhage. So are they within seconds? No, but I can't tell you, is it, 5 minutes? Is it 30 minutes? There's no way for me to tell you what the time frame between gunshot wound A to E is from when B and C were inflicted.
In summary, the medical examiner cannot tell you how long between shots, how long between one wound to the other, basically in a nutshell. There's not really no way else to put it. I don't know why ASA Bradley kept on honing in on that, because when you listen to it, it's like just clear. She can't tell you. It's impossible to say. No matter how you word it, it's impossible for her to say it was 5 minutes apart from one shot to the other. What she has made clear, and y'all tell me what y'all think, okay, in the comments, is that shot A or wound A, the victim was alive. Wound B, wound C, the victim was deceased because it was no hemorrhaging, meaning no blood. All right, that's basically what she confirmed. So let's keep going.
Moving on to D. What about this particular mark tells you that this is an exit wound?
So D is an exit wound. It's lacerated, okay, because you have a blunt force object, the projectile, traveling at a very high, traveling at a rate of speed, and with enough energy to perforate the skin, and it causes a laceration.
And so this is photo number 16 for the record. Can you explain, and I'm gonna go forward on to photo number 17, so you can explain what a laceration is and what it looks like.
Yeah, so this skin is lacerated. There's no abrasion margin around it, and it's consistent with an exit wound.
And in terms of where on the body is D located?
So it's right almost underneath the armpit.
And
On the left-hand side of the back.
going back to picture 16, which direction is the body facing when this photo is taken?
It's face down.
Okay. Going on to photograph.
All right,
number-
pause real quick, because I see people just coming in. Listen, let's just be honest and use our brains here, right? It's no way the victims died at the hospital if they were deceased when the alleged stage drive-by happened. It's no way. Okay, so either one, the medical examiner probably should have said it was DOA, or change the statement saying they died at the hospital, right? Because in her same testimony, she is saying that wound B, wound C had no hemorrhaging, meaning the victim was already deceased. There's no way that the victims could die at the hospital, but already be deceased at the stage drive-by, which is supposed to be before the hospital. Okay, so let's just go ahead and clear that up. Okay, that's just that. According to the medical examiner, right, point blank, wound A is the only wound on the victim, right, that she's referring to, which is Set Chaser, rest in peace to him, is the only one that had hemorrhaging, meaning he was alive for that shot. B and C, he was deceased because no blood, no hemorrhaging. So with that being said, although we know the victim was alive for one, deceased for the other two shots, the medical examiner can still not say how far the gun was from the victim or how much time went past between shot A, shot B, shot C. Okay? Got it? All right. What it do, Big D? Let's get back to it.
20 for the record. What are we looking at here?
So this is the left lung. There's a trajectory rod through it showing the pathway of the projectile. What is interesting in this photograph is that there's absolutely no hemorrhage around any of those wounds. Okay, your lungs are very vascular, right? Because your lungs are responsible for taking the oxygen out of the air you breathe and pushing it into your blood, right? In the really small sacs in your lung. So an injury to your lung is going to bleed a lot, okay, if your heart is beating. Okay, there's no hemorrhage in the upper or the lower lobe of the left lung.
And so when you say hemorrhage, what would it look like on the photo? What would you be looking for?
So blood would leak out into the area around that lung, and it would not look pink with brown, black staining. It would look red because it's full of blood.
And so Dr. McDougall, if you could remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what entrance and exit wound does this correspond with?
So this is entrance wound B. That goes to exit wound D.
Moving on to what has been admitted as photograph number 18. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at here?
I can. So this is the exit wound E. That went with entrance wound A. The back of the neck comes out the right side of the temporal scalp. This is with the scalp reflected forward. So we do an incision across the head behind the ears. We reflect the scalp forward and back. And what this is showing you is this is hemorrhage, okay? This is blood. This is bleeding. There is a heartbeat.
And so with regards to now E, at this point, the scalp is back on this photo, which we've already talked about here. Can you explain why this is a laceration?
So we shave it to show, because it's consistent with a laceration. There's no abraded margin. It's consistent with an exit wound.
In terms of what has been previously admitted as state 74, is this the projectile fragments, a photo of them that have been introduced into evidence?
That's correct.
Why do you recover these?
Because, we usually recover projectiles and fragments so that, turn them over so that crime scene can do whatever gun testing they want to do with the projectiles. These pieces are probably too small, but it's still evidence. So we collect all the evidence outside of and on the body to give to law enforcement in case they need it.
Was there any evidence of medical intervention for Mr. Williams?
No.
And what would that mean?
So sometimes people are transported to the hospital. They still have a heartbeat. And so the trauma team or the emergency room doctors are gonna wanna do whatever they can do to save that person's life. So sometimes with gunshot wounds, especially, you can have, they can put chest tubes in.
All right. So with that being said, now that she's talking about it, I believe, okay, when she said they died at the hospital, that had to be a misspoken. Maybe she definitely should have said they were dead on arrival, because if she's saying it was no signs or no visual or anything on the bodies of medical treatment or like some type of medical, like trying to save them, and she just said with gunshot wounds they would do this or whatever, if they had a heartbeat, right, leads me to think that they were DOA, and that's why nothing was done, because it was nothing for them to do because they were already deceased. But again, if I was on the defense, I would have caught that. Maybe in Florida they say that instead of saying DOA. I don't know. It just still stands out to me that she said they died at the hospital. She didn't say they were pronounced dead at the hospital. She said they died at the hospital. That's just, that's just me though.
Do a thoracotomy, which is where they open up the side of your, they open up your rib cage to try to get your heart beating again. There's lots of things that they will do to try to save somebody's life.
Were there any of them? You said there was none of those in this case.
There were none.
In terms of the rest of the internal examination, were there any other findings that led to the death of Mr. Williams other than the gunshot wound you talked about?
No,
at AE?
there are none.
Do you collect samples for the purpose of processing for toxicology?
We do.
And do you do that testing?
We have a toxicology lab. I don't do it personally. We have a toxicologist that does it.
And did you do that for Mr. Williams?
We did.
And in terms of the results of that toxicology, what showed up?
So he has marijuana, THC, and marijuana metabolite.
And can you give any sort of time frame on the ingestion of those
I cannot.
substances? Based on your autopsy, did you come to an opinion as to the cause and manner of death for Anthony Williams?
I did.
And what was that?
The cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner of death is homicide.
Going forward, were you also involved briefly with the case number 18-3119?
I was.
And what was your involvement in that in March of 2022?
In March
Yes.
of 2022? So prior to March 8th of 2022, it was brought to my attention that there was a gunshot wound on the lower extremity that we, Dr. Zotter and I, labeled as a penetrating gunshot wound. We labeled it as a ballistic injury, okay? Because we had a wound on the outside of the leg. There was no projectile in the leg, and there were just 2 little ditzels on the full body x-ray. So it was most consistent with a projectile usually hitting something else and then just coming up against the skin to make a rivet in it, but not a projectile that goes through the leg. One of the crimes, Chris was at the
Objection here.
Motion second.
Yo, I remember a little side note. I was like, every time they have a sidebar, we just gonna take a shot. Okay, with some lit days watching this trial. Nevertheless, they are now referring to the amended autopsy report for the second victim, YNW Juvie. That's what they're going into now, which was updated again March 2022. Now, what's interesting in a way, right, is that March 2022 was a month before the original trial was supposed to take place. For those who don't know, Melly was supposed to go to trial March 2022. However, due to the Supreme Court argument on the death penalty part of his case, it got pushed back to this year. So yeah, it was definitely. Oh yeah, we was lit a couple days. I'm not even gonna lie, we was lit. Okay, a couple days fooling around with me talking about taking shots. Yeah, that was a lot. This woman isn't the easiest to follow. Probably great in me, but not so great as a communicator. You know what though? I'm gonna be honest. I gotta give her this. She breaks it down very understandable to me. Like when even though some of the words was like hard to mix up, I at least and this is for me because y'all know now I know some law, but you know the medical thing is not me like that. I normally have a contact that I talk to. Shout out to the local coroner's office, okay? But she explains it where I could tell you now, if I hear that word again, I can tell you, okay, what it meant in layman terms. So I give her that. Now, again, the defense did do a shitty job with not jumping in. However, I do feel like some of the things that she has said to me could raise a technicality. Will they fly as far as appeal? I don't know. But again, the whole aspect of saying they died at the hospital totally contradicts, for one, the notion that they were deceased after the first gunshot. Two, the fact that the medical examiner cannot tell you the time frame between the gunshots would stick out to me too. But here we go. They're back.
The other deceased in this case that's under 18-3119.
That's correct.
And did you perform the autopsy for 18-3119?
I did not.
Who did?
Dr. Slaughter?
So I want.
Oh, so I just saw something. Philly, you got a point. Philly said cause of death couldn't be multiple wounds. It had to be a single wound. Now, isn't that a catch? I personally didn't even catch that. Damn it, Philly. I didn't even catch that. That's a good point. That is a good point. Now Summer said, unless he bled out from more than one wound, but if a bullet killed him, then yeah, you're right. I thought the same thing. Yeah, according to her, no other wounds had hemorrhaging. So it was just that one shot. What? Wow. See, Truth Saying, this is why I love when we review, okay? Because again, that is crazy. Now, Ann said, Why isn't the person who did the autopsy up there? So she did do Sat Chaser's autopsy. She also, what she's talking about now is when she amended the autopsy for juvie. However, the actual examiner that did juvie is next. That's goddamn silly. Now that was, let me put that in my notes. That is definitely something.
I want to go back to 183118. We talked about this projectile that was recovered. Did you recover an additional projectile from the body of Anthony Williams?
I did.
And where was that located at?
In the right scapula, or the bone, your shoulder blade, the wing of your back.
And in this.
All right, so she just said she recovered another projectile in the back of Anthony Williams. I want to say, didn't she say I think she said the right side. Again, they don't say what caliber, but that's two projectiles that she has based off of her autopsy.
This next photo that we're looking at here, which is number 19, this number, is that where you retrieved that particular projectile?
That's correct. So to orient you,
Sorry.
This is the neck, the back of the neck, the midline of the back. Okay, the entrance wound is right here. And it goes and it gets stopped by all that bone. And if you look at the muscles here, there's no hemorrhage either.
And so going on to this photo here, which is number 23, what are we looking at in that particular photo?
So that is a projectile that I recovered from the right side of the back.
Can I have a moment to consult?
Yes.
And so, Dr. McDougall, just to make clear, we talked about B and D. Was the victim, Anthony Williams, dead when the B and D was inflicted to the body?
So when gunshot wound B was inflicted, yes, he was dead. And it exited D, so it's one gunshot wound.
Correct. So when wound C was inflicted, was Anthony Williams dead?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have any other questions. Can we approach Cyber for a moment?
Philly, I think you got a point because she just said when B happened, C happened, the victims was deceased. So in reality, based off, look, I'm with you, Philly. Based off my interpretation, the victim did die from a single gunshot wound. Now, again, it is stated from the coroner. I keep saying I'm not going to say coroner, but that's what we call him here. We always say coroner. Anyway, that the body of the victim was shot multiple times, but only one fatal.
All right, let the record reflect that your jury stepped out, counsel remain along with the defendant. So counsel, I did notice you're fanning yourself and things like that. That's why I was texting to try to see if they get the AC person down here again to lower the temperature. All right, anything to discuss at this point?
No, yeah.
Anything from your end? No, sir. All right, we're in recess.
Do you want?
Is that right?
Excuse me.
You hear that? Can we arrange for a restroom break, Mr. Demis?
Got it.
Now, my question for real is, are we missing something? Because why didn't the defense say anything about that ultimately the testimony of the chief medical examiner is that the victim died from one gunshot wound. Everything else was post-mortem. That is crazy. Fact said they probably not saying which bullet was the fatal one because it might mess up their theory. No, she clearly says the fatal one was the one that entered the left back of the neck and exited the top right of the head. She said that for sure. Now, she also, I don't know if the fragments maybe mean something because she said it was multiple fragments. You know what I'm saying, in that area, but she is saying only one entry wound happened. So that's very interesting. Again, the defense doesn't say anything. So, that is something. That is something. I'm actually looking at her deposition now to see, does she say that? Does she say that in her deposition? All right, so hold on. Let's transition real quick. Cause maybe this will explain it. I don't know. Again, this is just my opinion, but I'm gonna pull it up first. I got too many different things open. All right, here we go. So if we look at, hold on, that's page 7, so I can remember. All right, this is the deposition of Dr. Rebecca McDougall, Chief ME. That's who we see on the stand, right? This was on April 11th, 2022. All right. So if we go back down to page 7 where I was, what did I say? All right, hold on. All right, so the first time she says gunshot, okay, that was in regards to the other autopsy, the amended one. Yeah, okay, we're not talking about that one. All right, let me go back up. All right. Okay, so if you look at line 23, right? It said, let's go to the autopsy you performed, which she has already testified that she performed Sat Chaser's autopsy, okay? And it says, because you did an external and then an internal exam, is that correct? Answer, that's correct. Says, tell us your finding as to internally. And it says, A, he has 3 gunshot wounds. So, again, multiple gunshots. Okay, 3 gunshot wounds. It says 1 on the back of the head, 1 on the chest, and 1 on the back of the shoulder. Then it says, were there entrance, exit, or could you tell me? Answer, I had an entrance and an exit in the torso. I had an entrance and an exit in the head. And the one in the shoulder was just an entrance where with a projectile recovered. Then it says, okay, it talks about that. Hold on, keep going. Right. So again, and I'm just gonna go through these real quick. So again, it says that interdeterminate, meaning she doesn't know the range that the shot was fired. Even to the, well, what's gonna be the most important one is the wound to the neck. She cannot determine the range the weapon was from the body. All right. Said. Hold on. Did I pass the one I'm looking for? All right. This is where I'm kind of like, for real boredom. Like, this is, y'all know it'd be kind of like, when I get in my head, so I'm just gonna say it out loud. Y'all let me know, am I tripping? Because it was 3 entry wounds to the body. Is that where the multiple gunshot wounds came from? But when I think of cause of death, right, I'm thinking of what caused that person to die, right? Respectfully, as I could be. I know that probably came out kind of, because when I listened, I was like, oh, shit, probably shouldn't have said it like that. But the coroner is testifying that the fatal shot was gunshot A. So how can a cause of death be A, B, and C if the victim was already dead after A? That's interesting. Is anybody else thinking that though? Like, I understand the body does have multiple gunshot wounds, but how could multiple gunshot wounds be the cause of death if you are testifying and also provide a deposition that the victim was deceased by the time the other 2 shots happened? And let me see something else here. Type in this real quick. All right, so look at line 19. Which shot came first on Williams, according to you? She says, my guy. They say yes. She says at line 23, the shot to the head. 24, shot to the head. Answer, correct. That would be A. Then it says, and why do you say shot A occurred first? And it says, because if you look at the injury and the wound path, shot A is the only one where there is hemorrhage through the wound tract. So again, if shot A, okay, happened first, and that's where the blood was, right? Meaning the person was still alive. If we look down, it says, and this is the answer that she was given in the deposition, okay? If you look at shot B, if you look at the picture of the heart, you look at the picture of the lung, there is no hemorrhage around any of it. So there's no beating heart when those 2 gunshot wounds occurred. If you look at the realm of abrasion around B, which is the entry wound, and if you look at the realm of abrasion around C, there is no hemorrhage, and that gunshot wound entrance is white. Question, and that will indicate the person was already dead? Answer, there is nothing beating. The heart is not beating to get the blood to that area of injury. That's correct. So again, in reality, the victim died of a single gunshot wound that went in the back of the neck and out the top of the head. I got to put that on my list to follow up on with that's interesting. I'm not even gonna cap. That is interesting. Philly, you just done woke me up with that one. That is interesting. All right, let's get back into the audio, because shit, my mind is over here like, what the fuck? Now I wonder, what does that mean though? And what is going on with the defense? How you not catch that? Like, how you not catch that? How you not say nothing about that? But let's get back into it.
Jury entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record here reflect the presence of defendants, examiners, counsel, the state attorneys. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, our witness, Dr. Dugal remains on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can tell, the AC has changed its temperature. We contacted them and supposedly going to come over and try to get it corrected. It just seems we can't have a happy meeting here. So we're trying, we're working on it. In any event, I think the state completed its direct examination of the doctor. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Every cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
You may.
May I? Doctor, you're wearing that mask following CDC rules because you just got over COVID, correct?
That's correct.
But you're not carrying that disease, are you?
Sir,
I'm gonna keep my distance
That's
just in
okay.
case.
yes, sir.
Okay. And you're the reason I went to law school, because I can't spell half the words you use. But let me ask you a few questions if I could, Doctor.
Sure.
You indicated you did the autopsy, and the person came into the morgue around 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning?
No, it was pronounced at like 4:45 at the hospital.
Okay,
Don't know what time he came
okay,
into the office, but the autopsy started at 11:30.
11:30, okay. And you did an external and then an internal examination.
That's correct.
The external examination revealed that this person was 6'4".
Correct?
He weighed 172 pounds,
Yes, sir.
and his hair was 6 inches in length,
Correct?
braided.
Correct?
The pictures I saw did not show the braids on his hair that were shown to you. Did you cut his hair?
We shave the hair around the wounds.
Okay, did you save the hair so that it could be tested to determine if there was any GSR or gunshot residue on it?
We shave the hair so we can see the characteristics of the wound.
And what did you do with the hair? Did you bag it so that it could be sent to the lab to be examined to determine if there was any GSR or any projectile fragments on it?
I did not.
So, question. Were they supposed to save the hair? Now, the question is that like an actual like rule or like a procedure they supposed to do? I would think, like she said with the fragments, that they collect anything, right? And they bag it for evidence. Why wouldn't the hair be evidence? And I'm going to, although we haven't got there yet, I'm going to say this. At this point, she made clear, right, that she doesn't do any testing of items or whatever. She made clear that to make a better determination of range, the victim clothes, right, needed to be tested for GSR, right? Now the defense points out, was the hair tested for GSR? And she stated no, because she didn't do anything with it, right? She, I guess, tossed the hair. It seems like, again, who is supposed to test it? So was it the crime scene people, maybe? Like, who is supposed to take over the evidence, like the clothes? You know what I'm saying? Who is supposed to process this stuff? Because it seems like they dropped the ball. Because in reality, what was really processed besides cell phone data at this point? So just, let's be real. No matter how strong you believe in the cell phone data or not, we have heard a lot of the breakdown. I'm talking about they got maps, graphs, and everything in between. But in reality, the actual investigation part, right? The actual detective work, the actual back house stuff, like, again, processing evidence is a lack of. Because, again, why wasn't the clothes tested? Again, why wasn't the hair bagged for evidence? That's a big little mistake there. To me, of course. But let's keep going.
Detective Moretti was present, correct?
That's correct.
You've been advised he's the lead detective.
Oh, I gotta rewind that real quick, because I'm about to throw a theory at y'all ass if what was said was just said. Hold on, let's see.
Person came into the morgue around 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
No, it was pronounced at like 4:45 with the hospital.
Okay.
Don't know what time he came
Okay.
into the office, but the autopsy started at 11:30.
11:30. Okay. And you did an external and then an internal examination.
That's correct.
The external examination revealed that this person was 6'4".
Correct.
He weighed 172 pounds.
Yes, sir.
And his hair was 6 inches in length.
Correct.
Braid.
Correct.
The pictures I saw did not show the braids on his hair that were shown to you. Did you cut his hair?
We shaved the hair around the wounds.
Okay. Did you save the hair so that it could be tested to determine if there was any GSR or gunshot residue on it?
We shaved the hair so we can see the characteristics of the wound.
And what did you do with the hair? Did you bag it so that it could be sent to the lab to be examined to determine if there was any GSR or any projectile fragments on it?
I did not.
Detective Moretti was present, correct?
That's correct.
You've been advised he's the lead detective in this case.
I knew I heard his name. Here go the question. Here come the theory. If, and of course we don't know, but we're gonna definitely do our research on it. If it's protocol to bag everything off of the victim, right, for evidence, the chief medical examiner, who has done what she said, thousands or hundreds of autopsies, that already said that they collected tiny fragments, right, to put in a bag for evidence, chose to cut hair and dispose of it. Wow, guess who was there? Detective Moretti. Now, it's already allegations, okay, that he tried to get a BSO officer to lie. What if Detective Moretti told the ME to throw the hair away? Y'all gonna say I'm reaching. Y'all gonna say I'm a fan of Melly. Y'all gonna say I'm capping. Y'all gonna say it's disrespectful. However, the medical examiner just said during her testimony, she threw hair away. She didn't bag it for evidence. Detective Moretti was present. You said the ME said everything is evidence. Y'all tell me what y'all think about that. Could it have been a way to disregard evidence? Because again, if we go off the definitions that the medical examiner, thank you so much. Okay, that's it. The medical examiner said, and let me look back at my notes, that, okay, y'all know I don't know which one is supposed to be. Enter, whichever word to enter, right? That's far away or has a middle man, meaning between them and the bullet. Wouldn't hair, right, that was possibly in the way, if that was actually tested for GSR, wouldn't they been able to determine which category that wound would have fell under, other than I don't know, right? Like now the defense pointed out, let it get tested for GSR. So again, if the middle protector, right? I say middleman, but whatever is between the bullet and the body, right, is what needs to be tested to determine if it's contact, intermediate, the other one. Why wasn't that thought to be saved? A seasoned chief medical examiner, we listened to about 20 minutes of her accolades, right? She breaks down everything. I just gave her some kudos for breaking it down so that we can, get what she's saying. To toss hair around the wound. Because remember, she said they cut it to get a clearer picture of the wound, and you tossed it? Come on. Now, I don't care what size you on. Why would you toss that? And just so happened, the questionable detective, right, that has all these allegations, mind you, remember, ASA Bradley is no longer on the case, but stemming back to this Moretti guy, y'all don't think that's weird? I don't know, maybe it's just me. But let's keep going.
Case, correct?
He's the detective that called in the case, that's correct.
Okay. And you indicated that the clothes are a rather important factor in determining the range of whoever fired the gun, the cause of death.
If the entrance wounds are around where there is clothing, they are important to determine range of fire, that's correct.
Okay. And you indicated that one of the wounds was in the chest area.
Correct.
Were you advised at any time that this person was wearing clothes?
Yes.
Okay. And Moretti didn't bring the clothes to you to look at?
Okay. So my job's causing manner of death on the body, right?
Okay. And the reason I ask that is because the height of the person, the weight of the person, the fact that he had 6 inches of braided hair, and the clothes that he was wearing would assist if anyone attempted to do what is known as a trajectory reconstruction, correct?
But you could do a modified gray stain on the clothing to look for gunshot residue.
Okay. And those items would be important, would it not, if someone wanted to attempt to reconstruct how the shooting occurred?
So my job is cause and manner of death. I'm no expert in reconstruction.
Fair enough.
Y'all heard that keyword? Keyword. Y'all saw how the defense threw in Reconstruction. A lot of y'all took another testimony that we're going to listen to and mixed it in with this testimony, but it's not the same. Now, I will say, y'all, so just sidebar real quick. So in my notes, I got intermediate is like moving away where it will leave stipple, right? Then it's another N word that means far away or has something in between it. That's the part. That's the word I keep missing. I thought it was into the other one, but it's not. I'm gonna have to I'll figure it out. Anyway, this is something. What it do 318? So if she do autopsy, where is the reconstruction person? We're gonna get to him. He's later on. But we got to start with the facts of the actual person who does cause of death and manner of death. But we're gonna get to him. We got one more witness before that witness. Like I told y'all, this is probably gonna be a pretty long live. However, we are dissecting the testimony of expert witnesses in the YNW Melly first trial. If, again, this is a sensitive subject for you, this ain't gonna be the live for you because we're actually getting into it from our viewpoint as the truth team. Court of public internet opinion, okay? Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up on your girl Mickey Truth and the Truth team, okay? Yes, I definitely went to sleep for all of this 318 facts. But tonight I'm up and I've been taking notes and we've been finding out a lot of different things that was right in front of our eyes the whole time. All right, let's get back to it.
Now, you indicated that these injuries, the first injury to the head, was it?
Back
Back of the head, was the fatal injury, right?
So in this case, that's the fatal injury because the other two, he was dead when they were inflicted.
So,
all right. Pause again. Another cousin, like, what the fuck? Philly done woke some shit up because, like, she just point blank said, okay, the fatal injury was the back of the neck one out the top of the head. That's the fatal one. That's one shot. Summer, listen, okay. This is my thing, right? This is what kind of got me if I was on the jury, right? If I in reality had no other notion of nothing about this case, right? Like you're supposed to. You're supposed to have in your mind when you're a juror, you're supposed to go off of strictly what they're presenting to you at the trial, right? If I truly did not have no notion of nothing else with the case other than what they're presenting to me at the time, I wouldn't have a struggle with it. To be honest, I would have, based off the questions and stuff they're saying, I would have been like, yeah, something wasn't done right. No, you know. But what makes me kind of go back and forth now, because I actually have knowledge of it and all that with the case and have been looking into it, is the fact that some things match up, but then some things don't match up. So again, I will struggle more with knowledge of the case as a jury than if I didn't have knowledge of the case, if that makes sense.
this person, when he received the other two injuries, was already deceased.
Correct.
Did not suffer any pain from those two injuries.
He's already dead.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm tripping. Like every time I pause and bring it back up, she just said it again. Okay? Like, she just said, how is it multiple gunshot wounds? This is something. Listen, Summer, for sure. I tell you, I took so many naps watching the trial. I can only imagine sitting in the courtroom. I don't like being like, I done been around here. I know while listening to this and talking to y'all, I literally have been folding clothes. I've been doing all types of stuff. Like, imagine just sitting through it. Okay. Paradox said, I watched this trial with a lawyer on YouTube and we all were confused and baffled at why they brought this to trial. Yo. And then what again, it got that extra pressure because it's a death penalty case. But you got key expert witnesses disregarding evidence. And for one, if that was my family member, don't throw away my deceased family member freaking hair. I want it. If y'all ever heard of what's his name? Shoot. Out of Chicago that passed away, Capone. What is his name? I can't even think of it. It's like on the tip of my tongue. But anyway, his mom said that, when she went to view him in the hospital after he was pronounced deceased, she took some of his hair. So I would think that would be something that the family would want. Like, don't just go throwing away, or disregarding my loved one hair and stuff like that. Like, that don't seem right at all. But let's keep going. Yes, thank you, Summer. L.A. Capone. If y'all never heard his mom interview, she talks about that. But yeah, that's strange.
And you indicated that these injuries were indeterminate.
Correct.
Which means, in layman terms, simple terms for me to understand, means that you cannot tell how far away or how close the shooter or shooters were when this occurred.
Yes, sir.
In fact, you don't know if it was one shooter, two shooters, or more, correct?
That's correct.
I'm over here talking still on mute, okay? Something just stood out to me. You can't determine if it was one shooter, two shooters, or whatever, right? Now, we can allude that could mean all the bullets was the same, right? Or the projectiles that they got. We could allude that, again, was it not the same shooter for both victims? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it was only one fatal shot, how do you not know if it was one shooter or two shooters? That's kind of strange. Okay. How many of y'all think that's strange that you can't determine if it was one shooter or two shooter when you already clarified it was one fatal shot? And that one fatal shot had fragments. That is something. That's a good point too, Ann. No, she didn't do both autopsies. She did Sat Chaser's autopsy and she amended Juvie's autopsy. So no. But she's a chief medical examiner, right? She at least could comprehend the reports to be able to, but for the purpose of conversation, I'm definitely just gonna go with Sat Chaser with what she's saying because the one that actually did Juvie's is next. But that is something. That is something. This is something. And it's even more strange that the defense, although they're asking good questions though, because that's what's highlighting a lot of the stuff that we're like, oh my gosh, right? Again, I told y'all, even during trial, I feel like they was always setting it up for the appeal. But some of this, they should have got in there, okay? And said, man, I'm wondering, they had 5 years to prepare. This all they came up with. I'm starting to question this now. Exactly. This is something. They tried him in public media way before trial. Oh, for sure. Case in point, why get y'all just don't, let me tell you, y'all just don't understand the type of comments that come through here, the name calling that some of these people be saying to me now, for speaking truthfully on what's being presented. And that's why I decided to go back and do like a review like this. Because again, this was right there in front of us. But I've said it. Hell, I fell asleep multiple times. You know, a couple of y'all said y'all fell asleep sometimes. So, you know, that's probably was the way that the reason why in the end it was 9-3. Right? But in reality, like I told y'all, I will be more caught up on my decision if I had previous knowledge of the case. If I did not have previous knowledge of the case and just heard this from just for this, I wouldn't have been confused as to which way to go. But with previous knowledge, it does make you a little confused. Let's keep going.
Now, I think you told me when I met you back in April 2022, the day I took your deposition.
Yes, sir.
That the scientific way to determine the distance would be, and I think you said it today, take the same gun, correct?
Correct.
Take the same ammunition, correct?
Correct.
And then fire that gun with the same ammunition into a white paper or poster or whatever, wrapping paper, until you could get the same type of stippling pattern that you observed on the body, correct?
If you have an intermediate gunshot wound, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if that was done in this case?
All 3 of my gunshot wounds are indeterminate.
Determinate, which means you can't tell the number of shooters or the distance. Right?
Indeterminate.
Hey, y'all heard how she answered that question? Talking about when he was like, was any of this done in the case? She ain't say yes or no. She said, my findings are indeterminate. Meaning, hell no, it wasn't done. That's why I don't know where the gun was in distance from the body. That's crazy.
Permanent means I don't know the range of fire from looking at the gunshot on the body of the victim.
Now, this was a rather unusual case because out of all of the examinations you have done over the years, since you've been a medical examiner and a chief medical examiner, you usually can't tell what shot or what injury occurred first, second, and third.
Correct.
In this case, you could on both the individual you did the autopsy of and the individual that your fellow medical examiner did, correct?
I can tell you the first shot. I don't know the order of the second and third.
Okay, and the first shot on both of them were the fatal shots.
Because they are already deceased when the other ones are inflicted.
Okay. Now, you signed off as the chief medical examiner or the supervisor of Dr. Saunders when she finished her report, correct?
I signed off on her report as the associate medical examiner that was overlooking her that day in New York. Yes,
Okay. I assume before you signed off, you looked at the report,
correct,
reviewed the report,
correct.
and by signing off, you were basically saying it was correct.
So I reviewed not only the report, I reviewed all the pictures that we took of the autopsy.
Okay.
So you review everything.
Okay, and you said it was correct, and
That's correct.
you signed off as really her supervisor.
That's correct.
Oh, Heather, wait for it. Wait for it. That's why she gonna answer that. Wait for it.
Okay. Now, that was in 18, correct? Go ahead and look.
It might be 18, it might be 19, because it was the end of October. So you can tell me.
Okay. It was either the end of 18 or the beginning of 19, to the best of your recollection?
Correct. I signed mine out on November 27th. I don't recall the date when I heard before.
Over 3 years later, you indicated you were asked to review the autopsy report of Dr. Saunders, correct?
I was asked to review photographs that were taken at the hospital of the deceased.
Okay. And the person, and that was about 3.5 years later, correct?
As of February of 22, February or March.
Okay, and if your autopsy was in 18 and Saunders' report was sometime in 19, that would be part of 19, 20, 21, and 22.
That's correct.
The way I count.
That's
So
correct.
approximately 3 years later.
That's correct.
And you realize that there's a mistake that not only Dr. Saunders made, but obviously, with all due respect, you made.
So there is an exit gunshot wound on the inner thigh that I don't have any picture of at the autopsy. That is photographed at the hospital.
Okay.
And if I could read what the
Don't read, just tell us.
it will be verbatim then. At the end of every autopsy report that we author, there is a statement that I haven't memorized, but it goes something like this. If any probative something information becomes available, we have the right to amend the report.
Of course.
And that's exactly what I did.
Okay. And in fact, an amended report was made, correct?
That's correct.
And the person who asked you to review that over approximately 3 years later was not the police department, but the state attorney's office. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Y'all heard that? The state attorney office was the one who brought to her attention they were incorrect, so that she went and amended the autopsy. Not the family, not the police, not even Detective Moretti per se, right? The state attorney's office.
And before you corrected that report, did you make any attempt to exhume the body to verify that injury?
I have a photograph of it. I don't have to exhume the body.
So the answer would be no.
That's correct.
Okay. Could I have one moment, John?
Yes,
So be honest, my question would be, why not? if, although you have the picture that was pointed out by the ASA, right, that you missed something or you incorrectly stated something in the autopsy, how do you know you didn't miss something else? Or how do you know something else was incorrect at that point, right? Because when you actually get, for those who have ever lost someone and got the death certificate or whatever, that death certificate is very important for multiple things. For hell, the main reason that a lot of people may think of it is like insurance payouts, different things like that. That's very important. You need it, right, to apply for a lot of benefits that, or to finish out the probate part of a state, all types of things like that. So with that being said, errors on a death certificate is okay. This ain't just the cause of death. This is the actual death certificate, the autopsy report, which leads to the death certificate if you have one, because everybody doesn't get an autopsy anyway. So if it was an error for whatever reason, you get pointed out a picture by the attorneys out, the state attorney, and then you go correct because you see it on the picture. However, you don't think it's other issues, or did you go through all the pictures to verify it's not any other mistakes? You only looked at the mistake that the ASA told you to look at? I could be reaching though. That seemed a little weird, but that's just my opinion.
My bosses say no further questions.
Dead gold paradox. So if she is an expert, why would the DA have to point out anything to her? Boom. I've been pointing out with many experts, the technicality in these cases, that small part there, although wasn't strong enough for the actual trial. However, wouldn't that be a possible red flag if you're looking at ways to appeal your conviction? Just saying. Just a messenger on that one. We'll see.
Counsel, is there any redirect?
Yes, briefly. Dr. McDougall, do you recall approximately how many defects were on the body of Christopher Thomas, the 18-3119 autopsy?
Yes, there are 21 that we documented, I think, and one that we missed.
Are you telling the ladies and gentlemen, juries that you can make a mistake, that you're human?
I'm human, she's human, we're all human.
So are there processes in place where you can review and go back and catch those mistakes?
There are.
Is that what happened in this case?
That's what happened.
In terms of exhuming a body 3 years later, would there be any benefit to doing that?
If I have a photo document of the injury, I would never put a family through that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's summarize it. I've been over here eating candy, y'all. This is the conclusion of the chief medical examiner. Let me pull up my screen so I can see if y'all right. Let's just segue off of that. We have heard a lot. Okay. We have heard some things that I didn't even hear the first go around, even on the review. Because it reminds you, every day of the trial, I went live. Okay. Whether it was during the trial or after, I definitely missed a lot of these key points. Now, again, one of the theories or statements that's being thrown around, not only in my comments, but throughout YouTube at least, right, is that Set Tracer was asleep. We just listened to, I want to say, was that like a 2-hour, give or take, testimony? And that is the person who, not my table now, the person who did the autopsy. So, with that being said, she didn't say he was asleep. She didn't say he was in a resting position. She didn't say he was leaning over to the side. What she said was he was shot in the left back of his neck. It entered there and it exited the top right of his head, and he died from that wound. She cannot tell us how far the gun was away from the victim. She cannot tell us, let's see. She cannot tell us how many minutes or how much time went past from wound A to wound C. In the deposition, I didn't catch if she actually said the number in her testimony. In the deposition, I read to y'all, the victim was shot 3 times. However, 2 out of 3 of the shots were after the victim was deceased, which raised the question. Shout out to Philly, okay, one of the original day one True Team members. How can the cause of death be multiple gunshot wounds when in reality the victim died from 1 gunshot wound? So, paradox, to be honest, I don't know who said it. That was the whole thing. You know, I kind of went back and forth a little bit in my comments to the point I just had to go look for it. And again, the chief medical examiner who actually performed the autopsy on YNW Sack Chaser did not state if he was asleep, resting position, or nothing. So that means, right, maybe either a non-medical professional said it, or the DA, or, you know, the police. The medical examiner didn't say it. Now, we do have another one that we're about to listen to. However, this is the chief medical examiner who performed the autopsy, and she didn't say anything about him being asleep. So I'm still, and if anybody knows exactly who said it, put it in the comments. But this is a prime reason, right, why it's so important to make sure you're able to comprehend, right, or listen effectively to what you're listening to without any outside influences, meaning prior knowledge of what you think happened prior. You know, one thing I said when in day one of trial, I had to take out my mind what I read, because y'all know I read almost every document at that point, right? And I was like, you know what, a lot of stuff may not be entered into the trial, and I need to like not think about it because it's gonna confuse me, right? So that's what I had to do. So a lot of times I think people fail to think about that. And when I drop, excuse me, y'all, shout out to Music who collabed with me on the video of my alternate theory. I noticed that in the chat that so many people was like adding stuff that wasn't even part of the theory. And I'm like, yeah, we have a bad habit of just adding too much stuff that has nothing to do with it. Is it not possible for the headshot to have been last if it took hours for the autopsy? According to the expert, right, with medical degrees and sit on all the boards, like she stated early on, that it is rare time, she said, that she can point out what shot happened first. And she said the reason why she can, without a doubt, say the gunshot wound to the head happened first is because that gunshot wound had blood and the other 2 did not. Meaning the heart was beating. So I'm going to say boredom. I'm going with, you know, what she said. Gunshot wound happened first. That was the fatal shot. And she threw away the hair. You know? Yep, they can't tell. He only had weed in his system, so they weren't drugged. Was that a theory that they was drugged? Or was that just one that you were like, just like going down? I'm gonna say sheesh. Matter of fact, let me bring up her transcripts again. But yeah, it was not drugs, THC. Now, earlier I think she said THC and something of THC. I don't know exactly what she meant by that. But yeah, nevertheless, it was THC. So even in the transcripts of her deposition, oh, okay, I got you in. So let's go here. So the question was, could any one of the injuries been fatal? Answer, any gunshot wound can be fatal. The first and the second are the most lethal. Question, that would be A and B. Answer, that's correct. Okay. Then it says, could A or B knock the person unconscious or make the person unconscious? Answer, well, a gunshot wound through your head will probably be immediately incapacitating. Question, did you find any drugs in his system? Answer, he got THC. And they said that's marijuana. Then it says, could you tell when that was used? Answer, no idea. Question, give a length of time. I cannot. Question, did you do any other work on the case? Okay, that's where it stops. So with that being said, pretty much she couldn't tell you if he used marijuana that night, if it was before it happened, like right before it happened, hours before. So that's another thing that she could not provide. Okay. The gunshot wound that doesn't have an exit wound could probably be fatal too. But listen, y'all missing the whole point though, right? It's to debunk some of these theories. According to the expert who did the autopsy on the victim, right? The only fatal shot was the one at the left back of the neck that exited to the top right of the head. That's it. It's not no more gray area. The expert witness who has the degrees in this, right, that actually signed off on this autopsy report stated one lethal shot, the one to the left back of the neck, exited out the top right. Everything else happened after the victim was deceased. All right, let's keep going.
Thank you very much. You may sit down. You're excused.
Thank you.
It's getting cooler.
Correct.
We can substitute one for the other, and previous picture is already deleted. Or removed from the package. There it is.
Okay, hold on. Y'all had some good questions. I'm over here turning this candy up. All right, so 318 says, so he was probably high and relaxed when he got shot, not sleep. Well, we just going straight off of the facts, right? The expert witness can't tell us if he had just smoked or the last time he smoked, just that it was in his system. So technically we don't know if he was high or if he was relaxed. And she didn't state that he was asleep. So technically we still don't know. We can only assume. However, you don't supposed to assume when you're a jury on a case. So with that being said, you would have to they showed you evidence of the victim being awoke, getting into the front driver's side of this car, right? They're now present, because at this point, and we're just going off what we only have heard from the coroner. So the coroner is saying that you were alive when, not you, let me rephrase that. The victim was alive when the left side of the back of the victim's neck, a bullet went in, and out the top of his head, he was alive. Then once that happened, he died. Can't tell us how long it took for him to die, but that he died, right? At that point. So, with that being said, that's all we know is that. That is the coroner's synopsis of what happened. So, you know, That's all we know. And to be honest, all you could really, in reality, put together, if it was me as a jury, I would assume he's awoke. You know why I would assume he's awoke? Because if we're going off of what evidence was presented, the state showed us, just like the state showed us, a video of YNW Melly awake, getting in the back seat, driver's side, and they showed us in the same video the victim getting in the front passenger side awake, right? Then fast forward, they don't say nothing about sleep or nothing like that. So listening to this, I will assume he's awake. The same way at this point, based on what they're presenting, I would assume YNW Melly is still in that left back seat. Does that make sense to everybody? That's how I'm taking it, right? That if we're just going off of that video, it's supposed to tell us what everybody was and what they was doing. Then he was awoke and YNW Melly was sitting in the back seat. Okay, right. Meaning we know nothing. How many shots were found in each? Sorry, just want to clear this up. So, YNW Sat had 3 gunshot wounds. We're about to get into juvies now. I didn't see a deposition that's like publicly online for this doctor. So hopefully, well, I would think she would say it. All right, let's get into it.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward. You know what? What's funny about this lady, not about the case, but about the lady that's on the stand, the only thing I remember about her testimony was her passing gas. That's it. That's crazy. I'm gonna fast forward till they actually get to the because they had to get the pictures approved.
Like that, where it wasn't moved, or it wasn't handled. It's just where I found.
Witness. That's fine with me.
Standing objection as to, I guess, the gruesomeness of the photo as well as the ID of the victim. And so you have a standing objection to both of those. And regarding the gruesomeness of the pictures, there are some photographs in there, that are gruesome, and but I don't think it's so inflammatory as to prejudice the jury.
I understand, and I would cite to the court the case that the state gave me, which is a 4th DCA case of Williams v. State, 70 Southern 3rd 726. That says they might be prohibited, but the gruesomeness of the
Liberal arts, which is philosophy, literature, and theology. I then did my pre-medical requirements at Creighton University in Nebraska and at the Pontifical Catholic University of Puerto Rico. I did a 2 years master's at the Ponce School of Medicine in Ponce, Puerto Rico. I then went to Mexico to the Autonomous University of Guadalajara to do med school. I then accepted a 4-year residency at Rutgers in Newark, New Jersey. And then I came down to Florida to do my 1-year fellowship training.
So in terms of your 4-year fellowship at Rutgers, what did that entail?
The 4-year residency is for general pathology.
And in terms of, at what point did you decide you were going to become a medical examiner?
Before I went to med school.
When you are in medical school, do you obtain and become a doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're as the pathology residency, what for those 4 years are you focusing on in most of your education and training at that point?
It's the study of disease and what's normal within the body.
And in terms of the number of autopsies that you do during your pathology 4-year residency, how many autopsies do you have performed?
In my residency, you have a requirement to do 50 autopsies.
Then would you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the fellowship part?
The fellowship part is a subspecialty in pathology, and it deals with forensics, which is the study of how trauma affects the body, and your main job is determining cause and manner of death.
Okay, and so Dr. Sauer, how long were you a fellow with the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started there on July 1st, 2018, and I finished June 30th, 2019.
From July 1st to 2018 through the end of June 2019, how many autopsies were you involved?
Approximately 200.
In your total careers as a forensic pathologist, approximately how many autopsies have you done?
Approximately 1,200.
For coming into court, have you had the opportunity to come to court before and testify as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes,
And how many times is that?
this would be my 5th time.
The training and education that you have in terms of the medical school components, is that similar to any medical school in the United States?
Yes, so after I completed my years in Mexico, I did a pre-internship year at New York Medical College, which is in Valhalla, New York.
And what did you do during that pre-internship?
I rotated through the different specialties in medicine, including internal medicine, psychiatry, OBGYN, and family medicine, pediatrics.
And in terms of determining cause and manner of death, is that something you do on a daily basis?
Yes,
What percentage of your daily work tasks involve performing autopsies?
I would say every day I have an autopsy, I determine cause and manner.
Okay. Here at this time, state with tender to counsel, Dr. Paul Dyer, on her expertise in forensic pathology.
No question. Thank you. Proceed, counsel.
So we just heard from Dr. McDougall, so I'm not going to ask you to reiterate all the questions about the types of cause and manner on that. I'd like to go straight into the case that you are here on today. Doctor, did you have an opportunity to perform an autopsy under Broward Medical Examiner's case number 18-3119?
Yes.
And in terms of how did you get assigned to that particular case?
The pathologist who was assigned to do autopsies that day gave me the task of doing that autopsy.
And when that autopsy was presented to you, were there a series of photographs that were taken?
Yes,
Would those photographs assist in educating the jury and explaining their testimony?
absolutely.
Here at this time, the state is approaching with what's been previously shown to defense counsel and labeled as state's AAAA for identification purposes. Dr. Sauer, do you recognize those photographs?
Yes,
Did you have the opportunity to review them prior to coming into court today?
yes, I did.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the autopsy that was done under Broward Medical Examiner's case number 18-3119?
Yes,
Do they fairly and accurately depict the state and condition of the body as you found it?
yes,
Here at this time, the state would request that the state's AAAA in as state 74-5.
Is there an objection?
Same objection as
Was previously raised.
previously made.
Those roll will be admitted.
States quadruple A, and mark states 75. And what's it called, the 50 photos.
50 photos and 1 USB. Okay, so Dr. Sutter, I'm going to start with the photos and go in order. The Broward County Medical Examiner's Office, do they have an X-ray machine?
they have a full body x-ray machine called Lodos.
And what does that help you in this particular case with showing and illustrating?
It shows us if there's any retained projectiles in the body.
Showing you in photograph number 1, are there projectiles that were retained in the body of this individual?
Yes,
In terms of, can you point them out? And the screen in front of you is a touch screen, but it will not make any marks. And if you need me to move any of the image, please let me know.
so you see one in the head, right there. You see one in the chest here, 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 here. You see a fragment here, another projectile here. And if you move down, there's a, too far. There's a minute fragment right there.
Okay. So going on to the next photo, number 2, what view are we looking at in this image?
This is a lateral view, and it helps us pinpoint where exactly within the body cavities they are located.
Okay, and if you could show again to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where the projectiles are found on the lateral view.
So the one in the back of the head, right here near the axilla, here, 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 here. And I believe there's one, no. That's it.
Okay. Going on to the third photo, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo of the sealed body bag. So every autopsy bag gets sealed with a number. We then cut that seal and document the time it's cut so that it preserves the evidence within the body bag and makes sure there's been no tampering.
Was this body bag received with the seal intact to your office?
Yes. It also depicts the autopsy case number with the ruler.
And in terms of the autopsy case number, if you could read that for the record, please.
A18-3119.
Going on to the next photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is a clean headshot of our Mr. Christopher Thomas.
Okay. When you say clean, what does that mean?
This means that after we have documented opening the body bag, we take a series of photos that depict how the body is received, and they may be covered in blood. So after we clean the decedent, then we start documenting the photograph, start documenting injuries after they've been cleaned.
Okay. Going on to the next photograph in this series, what are we looking at in this image?
You're looking at one of the hands.
And is that now the same view of the right hand?
Correct.
And what are you showing here on the right hand?
I'm showing that there is no injuries to this hand.
Okay. What are we looking at in this next photo?
The hand,
Okay.
the palmar surface.
Okay. Moving on to the left hand in this next image. Could you show to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the injury on this particular photo?
So you see an injury to the lateral aspect of the thumb, right here.
When you say lateral, what does that mean?
That means on the side.
Thank you. Okay, going on to the next image.
Here you see another injury on the palmar surface of the hand.
Okay. What are we looking at here in this photograph?
You're seeing a series of abrasions, which means scrapes to the upper and lower lips, right here.
In terms of the purpose of an autopsy, what are you trying to do?
We're trying to document.
All right. So what I just gathered. So I honestly, the medical examiner, the chief one, I like the way she break it down better. I don't really, cause like when I was trying to keep up when she was talking about the shots, the entry, she was like head, chest, here, projectile, and I'm like, huh? So I ain't like, I don't like the way she explained it. However, she's going over the offensive marks to the hand, and the chief medical examiner broke it down real well for us to understand. The right hand, she stated no injuries. The left hand, she stated it was a thumb injury. Now, that kind of got me to kind of trying to visualize to a certain extent. So, when, in my opinion of how I'm understanding it, right? So, no injury to the right hand makes me feel the victim was not like facing the person that was on the left. And I'm only saying the person on the left because we have already established that the theory for the state is that Melly, who we see getting in the video, well, getting into the vehicle on the left back side, is a legendary person sitting there. But for sure, whoever's sitting there, I don't think Juvie is looking at him, right? Because it's no defensive wounds to the right hand. Because I'm like, if you're turned to a person that could be about to do harm to you, you will probably throw up both hands in some way. Now, I'm over here thinking like, how could it been, or maybe the right hand was occupied? I don't know. But nevertheless, I don't think that right hand was available to block or protect. So I'm thinking, was it like throw up my hand real quick type, like the move, try to hit the gun? I don't know. It's like the position is got me thinking like, you know, like again, like especially with the thumb being injured, was it like, was he attempting to like hit the gun, move the gun or something? I don't know. Y'all let me know what y'all think.
Document the injuries we find on a body.
Are you able to place a time and date stamp to the second of when these injuries occurred?
No.
In terms of the images and the abrasions that are viewed here on the lower lip that you just pointed out, can you characterize if they are healing, if there are new, fresh, anything like that?
These look like they're new.
And what would you be able to say to base that opinion?
Because there's hemorrhage on them.
And hemorrhage is what?
Blood.
Going to the next photo here, what are we looking at?
This is a close-up image of the wound to the left cheek.
And the dark circle around it, what is that?
That's what we call an abrasion margin, and that abrasion margin has been dried, so it looks dark. You also see areas of little dots of abrasions right here, here, all over, and that's called stippling.
Okay, I think we have another picture we'll get to in a moment on that one. Going to what you have labeled as wound B. What is wound B defect?
This is a defect to the thumb.
Can you tell on wound B if it is an entrance or an exit?
No, I cannot.
Why not?
Because I was informed.
Objection. Hearsay.
Hey, can I see several?
I just want to say it was weird, right, for an expert to say I was informed when asked a question in regards to something they did. I'm just gonna be real. That was weird. That's weird. While we're waiting, I'm not 100% sure because I saw it earlier. I think it was summer. If or when this trial is even taking place, and if I'm at work, I probably can't. However, we did decide last night on Triple Threat that we're all going to be doing a joint live to cover the trial. So whether I can actively be there commentating throughout, I should be live. It's gonna be literally a triple threat. Me, Marita Boy, and Music 101 is planning on covering the trial every day in a joint live. All right, let's get back to it.
Determine an entrance or exit wound on a hand.
Because it fractures bone, and when bone is fractured, it can cause an exit or entrance injury. So it can deform the defect, and it would be hard to tell which one is entrance and which one is exit.
So in terms of on this particular wound, B, can you say if it is an entrance or an exit?
No.
Okay, going on to wound A. What does wound A show in this photo?
It shows the stippling and the defect to the left cheek.
And in terms of what is the wound path of wound A?
Sorry.
What is the wound path that was caused as a result of this gunshot wound?
So it's going from left to right, front to back, and upwards.
Okay. And in turn, on this photo, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. Can you show some of the ladies and gentlemen either?
All right, pause. So far, I heard her say stippling. So in my opinion, that would be the intermediate, right? Meaning the gun, and if I got my verbiage of how she explained it, was like moving away, right, from the actual contact with the body. And being that there is a defensive wound, right, on the left hand, makes me think, could that have been because in defense of trying to protect himself, the victim attempted to move the gun or knock the gun or whatever, and that's why it was stippling. That's just my opinion. Y'all let me know what y'all think of that, because she did just say it was stippling, and it wasn't intermediate.
With the red stick next to you or using the mouse, the different areas of stippling.
Stippling is all these little pinpoint abrasions you see around the wound, even up here, 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 and there.
And so, Dr. Sauter, in terms of the range on a wound with this type of stippling, do you have an opinion as to the distance or range that the firearm would have been?
I can give a range based on a textbook answer, because to get the specific range, you need the type of gun and the same type of ammunition that was used to cause this wound.
So based on your-
Checked on her side.
All right. So she can. Is she talking about? If I'm keeping up with my notes, she's referring to the cheat wound, right? She's stating that it would have to be a textbook answer, because in order for a definite answer in connection directly with this victim, it would have to be testing with the same type of gun and same ammunition, which they don't have. So wonder where this is about to go.
An expert needs a learned treatise.
Excuse me?
An expert can rely upon a learned treatise.
I don't want to discuss things in open court, just come silent.
So far, again, this is the actual medical examiner that did the autopsy. So let's see if she states that the victim was asleep or not, because again, we heard the medical examiner for the first victim, Sack Chaser, who never said it. So far, we're waiting to see exactly if one of the medical professionals say that they were asleep. Now, outside of that, I do recall a witness stating it, but it wasn't a medical witness. And we're gonna get to that testimony soon too. It's interesting though. And so far, while we waiting for this sidebar, I still only, right, see the evidence so far. If we take just the video, right, that was at the studio, get the overall theory of what the state is saying, and just listen to what the medical examiners are saying, the only evidence they have that Melly, right, as of right now, from where we're at, that Melly is actually or could be allegedly the shooter, is because he got in that seat on that camera. All right, what just happened? How did I end up? My bad, y'all. Somehow I went to hide it. Let me see. Damn it.
Presented to you, where there are a series of photographs that were taken.
Yes,
So those photographs assist in educating the jury and explaining your testimony.
absolutely. The wound to the left cheek.
And the
Okay, let's just, because I actually need to hear that again anyway.
onto the left hand in this next image. Could you show to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the injury on this particular photo?
So you see an injury to the lateral aspect of the thumb, right here.
When you say lateral, what does that mean?
That means on the side.
Thank you. Okay, going on to the next image.
Here you see another injury on the palmar surface of the hand.
Okay. What are we looking at here in this photograph?
You're seeing a series of abrasions, which means scrapes to the upper and lower lips, right here.
In terms of the purpose of an autopsy, what are you trying to do?
We're trying to document the injuries we find on a body.
Are you able to place a time and date stamp to the second of when these injuries occur?
No.
In terms of the images and the abrasions that are viewed here on the lower lip that you just pointed out, can you characterize if they are healing, if there are new, fresh, anything like that?
These look like they're new.
And what would you be able to say to base that opinion?
Because there's hemorrhage on them.
And hemorrhage is what?
Blood.
Going to the next photo here, what are we looking at?
This is a close-up image of the wound to the left cheek.
And the dark circle around it, what is that?
That's what we call an abrasion margin, and that abrasion margin has been dried, so it looks dark. You also see areas of little dots of abrasions right here, here, all over, and that's called stippling.
Okay, I think we have another picture we'll get to in a moment on that one. Going to what you have labeled as wound B. What is wound B?
This is a defect to the thumb.
Can you tell on wound B if it is an entrance or an exit?
No, I cannot.
Why not?
Because I was informed.
Objection. Hearsay. Can I see several?
They surely still pass who informed her, whatever she about to say.
Impact in the right occipital bone?
Yes.
Where is that?
The right occipital bone is the posterior part of the cranial fossa. So the latter part of when you open a brain, has 3 different compartments, and it's on the back of the right side of that compartment.
Dr. Sauter, would a demonstrative help in illustrating the approximate locations of wound A and the wound tract?
Yes.
Showing defense counsel what's been labeled as BNEO 18-3119. So.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness is going to be using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating her testimony. Remember that the testimony of the witness is the evidence. The demonstrative is not in evidence and it's not to be considered as evidence. And unless it's later received in evidence, it does not go back to the jury room with you during deliberations.
So Dr. Sauter, on the styrofoam replica head that you have in front of you, can you show the mark that you placed on that would be equivalent to the mark A on Christopher Thomas's face?
So the entrance wound would be approximately right here on the cheek.
And in terms of where the occipital bone, where you said that the impact or the terminal location of the bullet was?
All right, so where that circle is on the mannequin head, a styrofoam head, is where the entry wound to the cheek shot is, which is labeled wound A. If you recall, when we went over briefly the transcript of the deposition for the chief medical examiner, she stated that both victims' lethal or fatal shot was wound A for both. So, with that being said, let's think about the theory, right? The state's theory is that basically the victims was lured, right? And just, I guess, spontaneously, because Melly's alleged initiation into a gang, he was supposed to kill the two victims, right? So, and this is just my opinion, how I'm looking at it, right? If you see where that entry is, right? Like right under like the end of the eye almost, but not quite to the edge of the eye. Under it per se, right? Like I would say probably the cheekbone area. That's where the circle is. If I am facing forward, right? In my opinion, facing the back of the headrest, how would a person to the left of me hit me right there? Right? Now, if I'm looking at least a little bit to the left, and then a person pulls out a gun and hits me right there, would make sense. Not only would, in my opinion, the victim need to be looking to the left, and it makes sense for the actual wound to enter there, but it would make sense to why the left hand had defensive wounds. Okay? Like, that's just me though. Y'all let me know what y'all think in the chat.
Where would that be on that?
So in order to accurately depict that, you would have to open the brain, and if I don't do that, then approximately right here, but on the inside.
And so if you just turn around and show that to ladies and gentlemen of the jury and point down there.
I agree, Summer. I actually think had to be facing that way. Now, a lot of people gonna have their own theory, right? As to what was going on prior to this taking place. All I'm gonna say in regards to my alternate theory, it still doesn't seem far-fetched. Again, at this point, no evidence says exactly who was sitting there. The illusion is there because we see a video with wind up Melly getting into the left back seat on the driver's side. However, ain't no evidence pointing other than that as far as him actually being the shooter, right? However, it's strong evidence that so far, and this is medical evidence, that whoever the shooter is was definitely possibly on the left side. Now, a couple of y'all definitely, okay, pointed out, well, maybe the actual shooter wasn't per se in the car, but shot in the car. And when I saw that earlier, I don't remember which one of y'all said, I'm like, you could stick your hand or your arm in and it still would happen in the car. A shell casing could still drop. But just a question for everybody. Correct someone. Question for everybody. What we have learned so far is that victim 1, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, had one lethal or fatal shot to the back of the head. Victim 2 she's talking about it now, lethal or fatal shot was to the cheek, whereas there's only one shell casing in the back seat. Why is that? Y'all let me know in the chat.
Moving on to the next photo, C. Does C line up with B? Is that the other side of the hand?
Yes.
Can you tell if this is an entrance or an exit wound?
No.
Same reasons as for B?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of wound D, what are we looking at here?
D is a defect to the D is the entrance wound to the medial lateral aspect. Medial dorsal aspect of the left foot.
And if you could explain what dorsal means?
Posterior.
Okay. And how can you tell that D is an entrance wound?
Because of the characteristics of the wound and because it has an abrasion margin.
In terms of the order in which you label from A to D, are you suggesting in any way that that's the order the wounds were inflicted?
No.
How do you pick what letter is assigned to which wound?
So I try to go from head to toe when the decedent is on their back. And then I try to continue labeling them when we turn them over and go head to toe.
Okay. So going on to wound E, what is that?
That is the exit wound on the foot and the exit wound.
And that matches or coincides with the same wound tract as in wound D?
Yes.
On to.
All right. I didn't catch where wound D, where my pen? Wound D was. Where's my pen? Like, I've been sitting in the same spot recently. I done lost. I gotta get me another pen. Hold on. What the world? Where's my pen? I was sitting on it. All right, hold up. So, wound B had an exit wound of the foot. What the fuck did that enter at? That's something.
To wound F, what does that show?
F is an exit wound.
And how can you tell that F is an exit wound?
Because of the laceration.
And what is a laceration?
It is a cut.
Moving on to G, what wound does this depict?
G shows the.
You know what, Heather? That's a great point. What if Sack was shot first and Juvie turned around to look and got shot in the face? That's a great point. However, if we just look at the evidence presented, and again, these are the medical professionals, right? They can't say when the shots happen. Like what order they happen. So if, right, we are going off of straight evidence from the case, right? Because a lot of y'all was putting forensics and shit, like you got to follow that. Well, we go off of that. The medical experts stated they can't establish when the shots were done. So we wouldn't be able to go with that theory because there's no evidence as of now as far as medical people stating it. Maybe somebody else gonna say it. But again, in my opinion, wouldn't that be a medical explanation or a medical person that provides that? Y'all let me know in the chat.
The entrance wound of the right arm.
In terms of G, is there any hemorrhage associated with this wound?
No.
What does that tell you as a forensic pathologist when you're looking at wound G?
That the heart was not beating at the time that this wound was inflicted.
Going on to H. What does that wound show?
H is a exit wound, and it shows that there is very little hemorrhage associated with that wound.
And now looking at I. What is that showing?
That's showing an entrance wound, and if you look close, you can see an area with black fibers that I collected and submitted as evidence. And it also shows an abrasion ring or collar, an abrasion around the wound with very little hemorrhage.
And again, what does that tell you as a forensic pathologist?
That the heart was not beating at the time that it was inflicted.
Okay, and so we're clear for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, H and I are on the same wound track.
Correct.
Going on to J. Does that show in this next photo?
J shows the exit wound by the axilla.
And J corresponds with wound G?
Correct.
That's the same wound track.
G is the entrance and J is the exit.
Okay. And in terms of on wound J, do you see signs of hemorrhage?
No.
Moving on to wound K. What does that show?
That shows an entrance wound to the right axilla.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is this penetrating or perforating?
This is penetrating.
And what does that mean?
That means that there is an entrance but not an exit.
Do J and K line up when the arm is in a downward position?
Yes, they could.
Moving on to wound L.
All right. So another thing, right, is that she just stated a projectile. It was no exit wound, but we still have not heard the caliber of the projectiles.
What is depicted in this wound?
That shows a graze wound.
What is a graze wound?
That's a superficial wound that only injures the skin, and it's caused by a projectile.
And in terms of, can you tell any sort of directionality on this graze wound?
It goes from back to front based on the skin tags you see right here.
And what are the skin tags?
Those are just defects, and they point towards where the projectile went.
Okay. Would wound L have been fatal by itself?
No.
Going on to wound M. What are we looking at here?
This is a entrance wound to the thigh.
And were you...
Pause. It sounds like victim 2 got shot like way more than victim 1 in the front seat. Victim 1, which is Sack Chaser, according to the medical examiner, had 3 bullet wounds. 1 while still having a heartbeat, 2 without. This medical examiner stated, I can't say it a number of times. So, let me think about this real quick. Because if all these projectiles were found, now mind you, the coroner or the medical examiner has already stated, right, multiple gunshot wounds on one victim. We're hearing multiple gunshot wounds on the other, right? And we're hearing that only 2 out of all the gunshot wounds were fatal, right? So all the rest of the bullets or the gunshot wounds would have occurred at what the state theory would say is the stage drive-by, right? So is that alluding that the same gun, one gun, was used to fire the 2 fatal shots plus the additional gunshot wounds? And if that's the case, right? If that's the case, a question I would have is how many shell casings were retrieved, right? Do all the shell casings match each other? And what would be my next question? I had one, then it went away. How many shell casings did they all match? Oh, how many? Okay, like for example, because I know we hear the 40 a lot, and I believe one of y'all said that's what was found, the shell casing in the car. My next question would be, how many bullets can that particular gun hold? And some of y'all may be like, why you say that, right? Because if, for example, right, is one shooter, because at this point, 2 fatal shots, however, the bodies, right, at that point, because they were deceased, were shot multiple times, right? So if you're telling me it was one shooter, one gun, now mind you, the chief medical examiner said on record she cannot state if it was 1 or 2 shooters. However, right, if we just go off of the theory that the state is presenting that Melly is the shooter, right, then it would be important to know how many bullets can that gun hold to me, because I want to know, did you reload and do this? Because I'm sorry, just any crime to me where you take time to reload and continue make it even more heinous. That's just my opinion on that, because like you see what you done and you actually reload to do it some more, definitely put a whole nother level of psychopathic shit on it, right? Another thing is, if it is one shooter, because only one person is being charged as the shooter, although 2 people are charged with murder, one person is being charged as the shooter, right? If one shooter fired all the shots, however many, if it's more than a 40 could hold, right? Well, no, I just answered my own question, because even if it was an extended clip, without them even knowing, right? Fuck, I just lost train. Maybe it's an incomplete thought. Give me a sec. We're gonna keep going. I'm gonna come back down. Cause dang, I lost train of what I was trying to get to.
Able to determine if there is a corresponding exit wound?
Not at the time of the autopsy.
After the autopsy was completed, I'm showing it's been already entered into evidence as stage 8. Was this photo forwarded to your attention?
Yes.
And the unlabeled wound in stage 8.
Thank you so much for saying that, because it made me come back to my train of thought. So, if, like, so this is my thing, it's no way for them to even know if it was a drum or anything like that, because they can't confirm how much time in between the shots. You get what I'm saying? Like, if they could say, oh, they happen back to back to back to back to back, right? And say it's 30 shell casings out there, you will be able to say, okay, well, this, was this type of thing without even having it, because you can tell the time. But without not having a gun and not being able to determine how much time in between the shots, that's a tough one.
What does that show?
That shows an exit wound.
And does that unlabeled exit wound, that match up with the wound track of wound M?
Yes.
Okay, and so it's clear we're gonna publish states 8. And for states 8, were you able to zoom in and read the name on the hospital band?
Yes, it says Christopher Thomas.
Were those hospital photos available to you at the time of autopsy?
No.
Okay, back to, so we discussed M. Going on to the photo that we are looking at here, what is this depicting?
That shows a series of entrance wounds to the back and to the right arm.
In terms of the height and weight of the decedent, do you document that?
Yes.
And what was the height and weight of Mr. Thomas?
His height was 69 inches and his weight was 145 pounds.
And can you translate that into feet and inches?
I believe that's 5'9".
5 times 12 is 60 plus 9? Is that the math you just did in your head?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not the best at math.
Why didn't they object to the prosecutor just answering the question? Oh, was that what you was thinking? I mean, it's minute, but you supposed to object at all that, okay?
So going on to what's been labeled as wound N. Where is that located on the body?
N is located on the left side of the back.
And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go forward to and kind of work backwards on these. Okay. So starting with this overall shot, Dr. Sutter, if you could explain the orientation on this shot, where the head is, where the feet are.
So the ruler points towards where the head is. So, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. The head is above the letters and the feet are below the letters.
So as it is currently situated on the screen, where would the decedent or victim's head be?
Above N, O, P, Q, and R.
Okay. So to work backwards as to wound R. Where is this wound?
That wound is on the right side of the back.
And is this a penetrating or perforating wound?
It's a penetrating wound.
And so to remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if it is penetrating, are you able to recover a projectile?
Yes.
So as to wound R, do you see evidence of hemorrhage?
The abrasion margin has no hemorrhage.
Okay. There's blood inside the center of that defect. Why?
Because when the blood vessels get ruptured, they will release whatever blood is inside them.
Does gravity still apply?
Yes.
So going backwards to wound Q. Was there any sign of hemorrhage on this wound?
There is no hemorrhage on the abrasion.
What does that tell you from both R and Q?
That the heart was not beating at the time these wounds were inflicted.
Going to wound P. Where is that wound?
P is located on the right side of the back.
And can you make any comments about the abrasion and the hemorrhage on wound P?
There is also a lack of hemorrhage on this wound.
Okay, a little theory or a little opinion. Do y'all catch what's going on here? I just peeped it, right? And this is just my opinion. Y'all let me know if y'all agree with it. So, the first chief medical examiner made clear, right? Made clear that the wound A was the fatal one, point blank. They were deceased after that, and all other shots were post-mortem, right? So, now you got another medical examiner on it. Now, mind you, the first one already told us that wound A was the fatal shot. Y'all peep how they started at the end of the list and are working their way back up. And they're asking the same question that has already been answered, right? Well, so wound M, what is that to you? Oh, so they were alive. They're nailing in. Remember I tell y'all repetitive? That came out. To repeat, okay? To repeat something, because it will hone in on the person that's hearing it. So all you keep hearing is the victim was deceased at that point. The victim was deceased at that point. As a juror, that's all you're hearing, right? That's a heinous and callous and fucked up in so many words, right? To do to a person, you kill them and then you're continuing to shoot them even after they're dead, right? They're nailing that in the jury's mind. They're nailing it in there like boom, 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 boom. This is that. But in reality, they're saying it. But what else have we learned that was need to know, like that was like for the state in this testimony on this witness? Let me know.
Going back to O. What can you tell the ladies and the jury about O?
O is on the left side of the back, and there is very little hemorrhage around the abrasion margin.
Okay. And back to N.
Okay, pause. Okay. What does very little hemorrhaging mean? Because from my understanding, from what they explained to us so far between her and her boss at the time, right, was that you either got hemorrhaging or you don't, right? Hemorrhaging mean blood, mean you were alive. No hemorrhaging, no blood, you didn't have a heartbeat. So what do a little hemorrhaging mean? Like, what does that mean?
What can you tell the ladies and the jury about N?
N is on the left side of the back, and I also recovered some black fibers from it, and I submitted it as evidence.
Okay. And could you point to the fibers you're talking about?
Here,
Okay.
and here.
So the student basically, right, collected fibers for evidence when the chief medical examiner, who was with, guess who, Detective Moretti, decides to throw away actual hair that could have gunshot residue on it. Is that not crazy? Like, oh my gosh.
Okay, moving on to wound S. Where is wound S?
S is another graze wound, and that is located on the right buttock.
And can you determine a directionality from wound S?
No,
Why not?
because I could not see any skin tags left by the projectile.
Going on to the next photo here. What are we looking at this metal object there?
That is one of the recovered projectiles.
Okay. Did you collect that and label it?
Yes,
Was that submitted into evidence?
Yes.
Moving on to the next projectile, where did you recover it from?
The right upper quadrant of the abdomen.
Is that the picture that we're looking at here on this one?
No.
Okay, so that other, to go back to the right upper quadrant of the abdomen, where was that found?
That corresponds to wound R.
So, and
Sorry.
Sure.
This is something. I still couldn't tell you how many times that is something. That is something. This is rest in peace to the victims. This is like, I know we're, dissecting
If you
it.
need
That
to
is
refresh
something.
your recollection at any point, let me know. Have you memorized every single projectile and every single wound track they go through?
No.
Okay. With regards to going back, I'm going to go back to just the photo of the projectile on the one that's from the right chest. What wound path did that equate with? And if you need to look at your report, please let me know.
Can I look at my report, please?
Please.
The projectile that corresponds to the right chest is the projectile from wound P.
Objection. There's objection pending, counsel objected to reading from the report, so just read it to yourself, and then when you're done, you put your note down, and just you can indicate if your memory is refreshed, you can answer the question, all right?
Okay.
So Dr. Snyder, after reviewing the report, are you able to tell the right chest which wound peak that came from, rather?
From the entry of wound P.
So now going on to the right upper quadrant of the abdomen that's labeled as projectile 2. Do you recall where that particular projectile was recovered from?
I need to look at my report.
Please, if you would, refresh your recollection, look up once you are done.
That corresponds to the entry of labeled R.
Oh. So moving on to, in this particular photo here, what are we looking at?
That is one of the other projectiles that I recovered.
Is that next photo that we were looking at, projectile 3 from the left chest?
Yes.
Do you recall which projectile 3, which wound track it came from?
I would have to look at my report.
Please refresh your recollection if you need to. And once you're done, look up.
That corresponds to the entrance wound O.
Okay. Going on to the picture, next photo that we are looking at, what does this depict?
That is another projectile that I recovered from the axilla.
And what is the axilla?
That is the area near your armpit.
Okay. And is that the next photo, projectile number 4?
Yes.
And do you recall which wound path letter that corresponds to?
I would have to look at my report again.
If you need to refresh your recollection, please feel free to do so.
That corresponds to the entrance labeled N.
N is in Nancy?
Correct.
Okay. So moving on to the next projectile number 5, from that says left axilla.
Yes.
And so which wound tract was this particular projectile recovered from?
I would have to look at my report again.
If you need to refresh your recollection, please feel free to do so.
I just want to say I'm glad Bradley is not back on it, because I just realized how she was, okay? Because like her whole tone, oh yeah, refresh your recollection. Like, lady, your ass had an attitude the whole trial trying to put on. What was the answer to my question? I done forgot. What was my question? What did Heather say? She just said any blood left in veins leaks and leaves a small pool of blood. Was my question something with that? I don't remember. Did I write it down? No. Oh, about when she said a little hemorrhage or something. Was that the question I had? Yeah, I be having a one track mind sometimes. That's why we have to take notes. It is crazy. All right, Summer, appreciate you pulling up. Okay, look, we'll be here.
That corresponds to the entrance wound labeled K.
Going on to the next projectile number 6. The right lower chest on that. So before we get to that, I noticed on the envelopes that we're looking at, it says pathologist Rebecca McDougall. That's not you.
Yes.
Why does it say her name on there?
Because she was supervising me during the autopsy.
Okay, so going on to projectile number 5, right lower chest. Where was this projectile recovered from?
May I look at my report, please?
Please go to refresh your recollection. Whenever you're ready.
The entrance letter corresponds to Q.
Okay. Going on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
You are looking at the liver with a rod to show that there are defects to the liver.
And the defects that are shown, what are they?
They correspond to the trajectory of one of the gunshot wounds.
And in terms of normal anatomical position, where is the liver found?
That is found on your right side of your abdomen.
Going on to the next photo here, let me turn that one. What are we looking at in this photo?
That is a photograph depicting the heart, and the rods are showing 2 defects to the heart.
And in terms of the hemorrhage on the heart, is that shown in this photo?
The hemorrhage is from the blood that was in the pericardium, which is the sac that contains the heart.
In terms of do you have an opinion as to whether or not the heart was beating when those projectiles made the defects to it?
No.
No, it wasn't beating, or no, you don't have an opinion?
No, it wasn't beating.
Okay. Going on to the foreign material. Are these the items you pointed out previously?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at in this photo? Hold on, let me turn it for the. If you could explain what this is?
This is showing the brain and the extensive subarachnoid hemorrhage it has, and the lacerations that you can see to the right side of the cerebellum, which controls your balance, and also to the pons and the medulla and the midbrain.
So in terms of where we're looking right now, can you give me an orientation? Is this top, bottom?
This is the bottom side of the brain.
Okay. And for the head that you have in front of you, the styrofoam, could you show where on that how that would be oriented and put in the same position?
So you would have to, so it's upside down and turned around.
Okay.
So if you were to cut this open and hollow it out, you would just literally flip it back in like that.
Okay. So what are we looking at in this photo here?
That is the base of the skull.
And what has been done to get access to this part of the skull?
So I inserted a rod to show that the trajectory from the injury from the left cheek went all the way through and crossed into the right side of the cranial occipital bone.
And in terms of, is there evidence of hemorrhage along this wound tract?
Yes.
Would you have an opinion as to if the individual was alive or the heart was beating when this wound was inflicted?
Yes.
And what would that be?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
What would your opinion be?
So my opinion is that at the time that this gunshot wound was inflicted, because of all the hemorrhage to the base of the brain, that this individual was alive.
Okay. Going on to projectile number 7. Where was this projectile recovered from?
On the right occipital bone.
Same from the picture we just looked at?
Correct.
Okay. Going on to these fragments here, where were these recovered from?
Can I look at my report again, please?
If you need to, please.
These fragments were collected with wound that with the entrance wound from lettered R.
R, okay. So I want to go back for just a moment to what is under image DSC_5507, and that particular set of wounds. Dr. Sauter, after you completed the autopsy in this case, did you go and see the vehicle in which the decedent was riding?
I went to see the vehicle after this autopsy was signed out, yes.
Why did you do that?
Because it was a teaching opportunity.
And when you say a teaching opportunity, did you view the trajectory rods that were placed in the back of the seat?
Yes.
And then put them side by side so you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury were you able to correlate the wounds in through R with the trajectory rods in the back of the seat?
Objection, non-direct.
Let's come cycle.
This is something. All right, hold on. Let me pause this real quick because I'm trying to multitask and I totally didn't hear probably the last 3 minutes of what was being said. But I do want to show y'all something. Y'all tell me if y'all remember exactly if this is what she just said. Hold on, let me see. Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right, so I want to do this. Want y'all to tell me what y'all think about this because I'm trying to remember exactly what she said. I may have to listen to it later. So this is the original arrest report for YNW Melly. It says on January 11, 2019, I received confirmation from the medical examiner office that the entry wound on the left side of Thomas' face was an intermediate wound. It should be noted there was a 3 centimeter stippling pattern around the entry wound. This was also in contradiction to what Henry stated to the officiant at the hospital when he attempted to mislead this officiant into believing this was a drive-by shooting. This evidence shows The initial lethal shot occurred from inside the vehicle and was initiated from the left rear passenger side, the same position occupied by demons. An intermediate wound, by definition, will indicate a distance of 3 inches to 3 feet between the victim and weapon. However, due to a 3 centimeter stippling pattern, the weapon was in close proximity to Thomas' head. The gunshot wounds to the back of Thomas also indicates those wounds were inflicted after he was shot in the head, as the projectiles entered Thomas' back when he was leaning to the left. Evidence from the autopsy revealed that both victims' wound paths to their head were from left to right. This directly contradicts the statements made by Henry and does not support the statements of a drive-by shooting that occurred on the right side of the road. Now, according to what the chief medical examiner said, okay, y'all go to my notes. The textbook answer, right, is 3 inch to 3 feet. That's the textbook answer. And she explained how you could go about doing this, right? And like doing the math on that or whatever. But they put, by definition, it would indicate a 3 inch to 3 feet, right? And it says, due to the 3 centimeter stippling pattern, the weapon was in close proximity to Thomas' head. Now, if my notes are correct, though, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong. According to my notes and how the chief medical examiner explained it, if that's an intermediate wound, it was stipple, right? Meaning it would have left a like tattoo or a mark, right? That only could be really compared, right, if you had the same gun or the same type of gun, same ammunition, and they can compare the two. However, I don't recall them ever saying they did that test. So how could that be an intermediate wound if the stipple wasn't, I guess, verified? Or did I interpret what the meaning of that intermediate is? Y'all let me know in the chat. But yeah, I'm kind of confused on that one. But y'all let me know.
Is it important to go to a scene?
I went to many scenes during my fellowship, yes.
And can you explain to the court why you need to go to the scene and see the surroundings a body was in when it was deceased?
So that I can see the position, if I can see if the autopsy findings correspond to my findings, or the information I was given from the investigation, and things to that nature.
Based on the scene visit in this case, were you able to further your autopsy and your opinion as to what happened?
I had already established the cause and manner of death at the end of this autopsy, and the scene visit occurred.
So, right. So they do now, according to, I may have to run that back, because according to what I took in my notes, right? Don't they have to compare it, or they don't compare it? Maybe that's the part I mixed up on. With the stipple, I know they said it basically leaves a mark on the skin, So is that what they're looking at, or is that what you compare with the gun? I may have to look back at that, but let's continue on. I think her testimony almost done. I may have to go back to the main chief medical examiner and listen to her her explanation again. Spinny, what it do? We're on the second medical examiner testimony.
Months after I had finalized the case.
And in terms of the positioning of the body at the time that wounds in through are you able to render an opinion based on the defects in the car and the defects in the body?
Yes.
And what is that?
That the decedent was slouched over slightly and they would match to the defects on his back.
And in terms of the opinion as to whether or not the decedent was alive at the time that wounds in through are placed onto the body, does the scene visit help and assist you in an opinion on that?
Yes.
And how so?
So I can see that there was no hemorrhage on these wounds and that I collected black foreign material from one of these wounds and I submitted it as evidence.
Yeah, that would be the proper testimony. The state would be eliciting in front of the jury.
May I ask a question, sir?
Yes.
Have you ever been declared an expert in the trajectory of bullets?
No.
I object.
So, Counsel, did you take this witness's deposition?
Yes.
And was she tendered as an expert in any time?
So,
No, I mean, I don't know how this is going to aid the jury.
in those particular,
Doctor's going to testify to that fact.
it's something that was told her deposition was ever ordered on that.
In the back seat of a car.
Did you place the trajectory rods in that car?
No.
Did you go out and visit that car after rods had been placed in it at a later date?
Yes.
Based on your training and education, can you make any opinion as to the defects that are on the body and the images and the rods in the car?
Objection.
Sustained.
So Dr. Sauter, in terms of the defects on the body, are they consistent with the defects in the car?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes.
So in terms of the other evidence that you collected, you mentioned there was foreign material from the left side of the back and the torso.
Correct.
Prior to coming into court today, you had the opportunity to review the items of evidence and what's been marked as state quadruple C for identification purposes?
Yes.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move state quadruple C in as state 76.
Any objection?
States quadruple C.
Hold on.
No.
I didn't hear an objection.
No, sir.
No objection. They'll be admitted.
States quadruple C will be Mark State 76.
Okay, Dr. Sauter, in terms of was toxicology done on Mr. Thomas?
Yes, there was.
And were you able to and provided information as to what the results of that were?
Yes.
And what were the results of the toxicology for Mr. Thomas?
He had cannabinoids in his system, which is just another word for marijuana.
Can you tell in terms of time since ingestion?
No.
Can you tell the amount that was ingested?
No.
And did you come into an opinion as to the cause of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ma'am?
Very close. Great. Go ahead.
Doctor, at the time you performed the autopsy, I believe you were a fellow at the Broward Medical Examiner's Office. Is that correct?
Yes.
That means you were working under the supervision of either the medical examiner or an associate medical examiner was reviewing your work, correct?
I was under the supervision of the associate or the chief.
Okay, and in this case, it was Dr. McDougall, correct?
Correct.
Now, all of these injuries that you've described were either intermediate or indeterminate.
Correct.
That means that, well, first of all, do you know how many shooters were involved in this case?
No.
Do you know the weapon that was used in this case?
No.
You can't place the shooter or shooters when these injuries occurred, correct?
Correct.
That was an important question just to try to cast doubt, meaning like the medical people cannot tell you like how these shootings occurred or anything like that. So I was over here looking up, right? Exactly, do you have to test for what's the thing? Stipple or not? I haven't found it. I may have to run it back, but I'm gonna continue to let this play. But I'm still looking for that part because that would be interesting to find out exactly how that would take place.
You indicated that you did an external examination, and you said the individual was 5'7"?
I believe I said 5'9".
Excuse me, 5'9". And he weighed 145 pounds,
Correct.
and he had dreadlocks, correct?
Yes.
Now, did you cut his hair before you did the complete autopsy?
I did not cut his hair.
Okay. Do you know if anyone examined those dreadlocks to determine if there was any stippling, gunpowder, or anything
No.
on it? Did you examine his clothes?
He came unclothed to our office.
I believe Detective Moretti was present.
Hold on, pause real quick. Did she say she kept the hair? I know she said, did she not keep the hair? Or, dang, I don't want to rewind it for that. I know basically they didn't keep it for evidence, but did she say, damn?
Wasn't he?
I don't remember Detective Moretti was there.
Okay, I gotta go back because look, I kind of missed that. I paid attention towards the end of it.
Correct.
Now, all of these injuries that you've described were either intermediate or indeterminate.
Correct.
That means that, well, first of all, do you know how many shooters were involved in this case?
No.
Do you know the weapon that was used in this case?
No.
You can't place the shooter or shooters when these injuries occur, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that you did an external examination, and you said the individual was 5'7"?
I believe I said 5'9".
Excuse me, 5'9". And he weighed 145 pounds,
Correct.
and he had dreadlocks, correct?
Yes.
Now, did you cut his hair before you did the complete autopsy?
I did not cut his hair.
Okay. Do you know if anyone examined those dreadlocks to determine if there was any stippling, gunpowder, or anything
No.
on it? Did you examine his clothes?
He came unclothed to our office.
I believe Detective Moretti was present. Wasn't he?
I don't remember Detective Moretti was there. I know that Detective Tomlin was there because I handed him my chain of custody for the evidence.
Okay. And you know that Detective Moretti is the lead detective.
That's what I was told, yes.
You also know that it's important to examine the clothes of the decedent to determine possibly the range of the shooter or shooters, correct?
In the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office, our decedents are usually received on clothes.
Okay. But you know from your experience that the clothes are an important factor in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
You also know that especially someone who has long hair, unfortunately I have no hair, but you know that someone who has long hair could give evidence as to the location of the shooter or shooters, distance-wise, because that collects stippling, gunpowder, etc.
Sustain, rephrase, break it down.
I certainly will. You know that long hair can collect gunpowder residue.
Yes, that's possible.
And you know that this individual had long hair, in fact, dreadlocks, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if any detective or any crime scene investigator collected that evidence?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know why?
Nope.
Okay, I just figured it out. Side note real quick. So this is my interpretation, okay? My opinion of this based on how to determine the range of an intermediate gunshot wound. You have to do a test with the same caliber weapon, same ammunition, test it like the chief medical examiner said on like a white piece of paper, see how the design of the stipple is to compare it to, for example, the cheek of the victim, right? And that will tell you how far the gun was from the victim. Because they didn't do the testing, right? They are using just a textbook answer, the 3 inches to 3 feet, meaning yeah, it's somewhere up in there, or could be somewhere up in there. Just to clarify that.
So you don't know the distance of the shooter or shooters, correct?
Correct.
You don't know the gun or guns that were used, correct?
Correct.
That's a good point, Anna. Ann said, wouldn't gunshot residue be on him if he was shot in the head, though? Or on his hands, since he has the defensive wound. Also, I would think. 318 says, so Melly lawyers seem like they are trying to catch them in legal situations that don't apply to the county where the shootings happen. Where did that come from? You gotta elaborate on that, because I don't even know. I don't even get what you're saying with that.
You don't know if the clothing was collected and examined.
That's not part of my job.
Okay. And you don't know if the hair or the dreadlocks were examined by anybody from either the Miramar Police Department or the Broward Sheriff's Office. Correct?
That's correct.
Now, you prepared a report, correct?
Yes.
That was in 2018 or 19, was it?
I believe.
You can look at your report to get the date.
I completed and signed the report January 24th of 2019.
Now, you learned, did you not?
Hold on, why it took so long? Let me look at. Hold on. Why did that take so long? Is that just how it goes? What was this? Oh, that's just how I go. No. I look back at King Von's autopsy, and the actual autopsy was on November 6, 2020, and then it was transcribed into words and whatnot onto paper on December 28, 2020. That's interesting though. Like, why would it take that long?
Approximately 3 years later, you had made a mistake in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you learned that. And Dr. McDougall had to prepare another report.
Hey, I just thought about something. That would be, I would have to ask them that question, because if no medical, right, no medical, like way to try to save the victims was done because they were deceased already, why did they take their clothes off? Wouldn't they just leave them as is to go to the coroner's office? I think that would be more so of a complex answer, because is it their policy to take their clothes off? I would think if you're not doing that and they're like DOA, right? Why would you take their clothes off and put a hospital gown on them? So basically just went through the motions, but not do nothing to save their life because they're already deceased. So what was the point of taking their clothes off? That's just my thought process with that.
For you.
She
Correct?
amended the report.
Amended the report for you.
Yes.
3 years later.
Yes, because I no longer worked there anymore.
You know what, Ann? It just made me now. This definitely came from TV. I ain't gonna lie. This definitely is something I took from watching TV. But y'all ever watch like Law and Order, especially SVU, right? They be like, "Hey, I need this. Get this, like a rape kit. Like, get the rape kits." They rushing the victim or whatever, and they be like, "Get this rape kit for me. Get this rape kit. Like, get this. Like, get this." Or they be like, "Yo, I need all that. I need the phone. I need everything." Could it have been that the detectives were the ones to ask the hospital for the clothes? Because obviously, taking off their clothes was just to take off their clothes, because they didn't do anything to try to save them. Because again, the theory is that they were deceased before the stage drive-by, allegedly, right? And although the chief medical examiner said they died at the hospital, but nevertheless, they also stated that no life-saving measures was taken. So why was their clothes off? And it leads me to think that old Detective Moretti had them take the clothes off to get evidence. Not saying he shouldn't have asked, but you ask for them, but don't test them to determine exactly how far the shooter was, or to help strengthen the case in a double homicide. What y'all think?
And you're aware, are you not? In order to place the shooter or shooters when this individual received all those injuries, that you need the same gun, correct?
Yes.
You need the same ammunition, correct?
Yes.
You need to look at the clothes and the hair and the stippling or the gunshot residue.
Other people do that, yes.
Yes, but you know that's
Yes,
necessary.
that's trained.
Okay.
No, I don't believe so, Heather. If I'm not mistaken, hold on, let me look at my notes. If I'm not mistaken, it went in the cheek and out. I got out the right side of the head at the back. My notes say that's what I wrote. So is that what you mean, out the back, like back of the head? Because I think that's what I wrote. So if that's what you mean by back of the head, then yeah, that's what I got too.
And Dr. McDougall indicated that she took you out to look at the car as a learning experience.
Yes.
Was that correct?
Yes.
And that learning experience was because in all of her autopsies, which I think she said were in the thousands, and at that time, you had performed how many autopsies?
You would have to go back to the Broward County office and get those numbers.
But you were being supervised by Dr. McDougall?
Yes.
Okay. She took you out there as a learning experience because in all of her career, it's very unusual to determine what is shot, the first shot to an individual versus the second, third, fourth, or fifth shot, correct?
Correct.
And she took you out there to show you that the first shot on the individual you did the autopsy was the fatal shot to the head, I think you said, or the neck, cheek, excuse me, was the fatal shot, correct?
Yes.
Which means that the person, when the other shots occurred, was dead, correct?
Can you repeat that again, please?
The first shot to the cheek was the fatal shot.
Yes.
That killed him, correct?
Yes.
The other shots that you described, and we saw photographs of, occurred after the death because there was no bleeding or hemorrhage, correct?
Correct.
And that was the reason why Dr. McDougall took you out there, because in her career, it was so unusual to say, this is shot number one, the first shot that occurred, right?
Yes.
Can I have a moment?
Yes, sir.
Lots to say, I'm finished.
Thank you, sir. Madam, do you have any redirect?
Yes, just briefly. On wound B. Is there some evidence of hemorrhage on wound B?
No.
In terms of indeterminate range, what does that mean?
That means that I can't tell because there's the absence of a muzzle imprint or stippling.
And what does intermediate range mean?
That means that there is stippling around the wound.
And is there a range in which you would call a wound intermediate in distance?
Intermediate would be when I have stippling, and that could be anywhere from 3 to 36 inches.
No further questions, sir.
One question.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any evidence to indicate this young man was involved in
Your
this?
Honor.
Stay. This witness excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. Excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take.
I'm gonna be real though. I get that was out of bounds for the courtroom, However, if we go back to the original arrest report, that's how they say it. Hey, all this leads back to YNW Melly being the shooter. So, but I get it, you know. All right, hold on, y'all. Oh my gosh, y'all. Jesus. That's my bad. I was reading the messages. All right. Let me see what y'all talking about. Okay. He definitely went ham real quick. So in summary, all right, what we can clear up, listening to the two medical professionals, the chief medical examiner and the medical examiner that did perform one of the autopsies. They do not mention anything about the victims being asleep. They don't even mention, the chief medical examiner doesn't mention position at all, right? Only where entrance and exits of the gunshot wounds happen. The second woman, which is the other medical examiner, did say that when certain wounds entered the body, that victim 2 was slunched over to the left. Does say that, right? The only evidence these people have is footage of Melly getting in the car. Right. Now, technically, in the murder case, as of right now, they don't have any of the ex-girlfriend's mom's texts or Instagram things, right? Because that's in the witness tampering case. That has not at this point, because to be honest, when you read the 24 pages or 27 pages that came out when they are now trying to combine the two as far as the information, it only brings up the original FaceTime or call between allegedly Melly and his girlfriend and all. They don't even mention any of the texts and stuff. So, but in reality, the only evidence as far as the shooting, right, at this point is, him being the shooter, is that he got in the left side of the car. However, it still is a gray area because medically they can't tell you distance. Now, what we're going to get into next, we've been at this 5 hours. Didn't even realize it. See, I'm glad I did go live instead of, just recording, because I would have been over it. Okay. Let me go find. So, in a nutshell, so far, what we can confirm is that the medical professionals did not say that neither victim was asleep. Now, it's a person by the name of Christopher Williams who was the shooting reconstructionist. Okay. I'm trying to find his testimony. His is a little long. And to be honest, I don't know if I'm gonna be fully alert for 5 more hours. Okay. However, we're gonna I'm gonna say we're gonna look at the breakdown. Yeah. So it's a 9-minute video, 14-minute video, 6-minute video, and then I actually have a document that was filed on behalf of the defense against this witness. Okay. So first, let's listen to what the witness has to say, and then we'll get into that, and then that's what we're gonna end this live, because again, we were focusing on certain parts, but we're gonna do a summary of it. Okay. Exactly. So it was a lot of stuff they didn't allow. The one thing that stood out was the video of Melly with the gun and that girl ID. Well, hold on, we're not gonna get there yet. 318. Hold on. Let's not get there. we have to break this down part by part, right? Because if you have been on here, just catch on a replay, but we have uncovered a lot of things that we missed, right? When you try to look at everything all together, you have to break it down, right? Get the details, the facts out of the first part, and then as we go on, we can piece it together. So that's excuse me, that's really what I'm doing. Key points or key parts of evidence. Case in point, this is a double homicide. The medical examiner is, very important. So that's why I say let's look at this. So we're gonna get into this one real quick, and then again we're gonna go over key points, and then we'll save it to move on. The next one I will be doing a live at some point this week is going to be about the actual physical evidence. Okay, so we'll get into that too, break it down. And this is because again, we were supposed to be an active trial with the Melly trial too, but the pushback. So this is just a way for us to really break it down so that when trial comes back around and we react to it, we know what they should be presenting, because we know both sides fumbled a lot last trial. All right, so let's get into it. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe, tell a friend to pull up on your girl Mickey Truth, and welcome to the Truth Team, everybody. Shout out to everybody for running up the chat. Shout out to everybody for having good points. Shout out for everybody, even those who are like, yo, he did it, for being open-minded and engaging still with the content. This is the type of content I'm for, okay? All the other content be fun, but this is exactly what my channel started as. So I appreciate everybody, but we're going to get into this before y'all know I will fall asleep, okay? So let's get into it.
Have the projectile coming in, exiting through the top of the skull, and then continuing through the windshield.
Dang, this was just, straight up just like this. Now listen, I got a question, because again, this ain't my specialty, but just a question. So earlier, right, I can't remember who it was. Someone was like, they would either had to shoot through the headrest, right? And then I was like, no, they might have just got the back of the neck, right? That was exposed. Now, I'm gonna let it play, but I know from the back, I don't see any bullet holes on the headrest. However, maybe this is where everybody is stating, you know what I'm saying? The victim was asleep, because in this reconstruction, right, they have the person lean over like sleep on the window, or leaning with their head on the window like they're asleep. So let me ask y'all this. Could it be to establish this reconstruction in the way more favorable for the theory the state is presenting, was to make the person go into a certain position? Because I'm wondering if a 6'4" person set straight up back against the seat, could the same entry wound go the same way? Y'all tell me what y'all think.
You said windshield.
Or I'm sorry, the window.
Can you say that it was at the top of the window, or the bottom of the window, the middle of the window?
I cannot.
So based on that projectile and the blowback, you can make what opinions?
Oh, another thing. I know I'm jumping ahead, but now it just got me to thinking over here. Hold on, pause for a second. let me just let this go because I'm okay. I'm gonna let this play out and then we're gonna talk about. I'm gonna wait because they might answer the question.
So based on the angle of this this projectile,
I got to say, okay, if the victim was laying with their head against the window, where the hell did all this blood come from here? Right? Like, why would all the blood be over here? Wouldn't the blood be on the other side, the right side? Because their head was laying there. Like, it's a lot of blood right on the left side, right? I would think the victim was sitting up. That's just my opinion. Of course, I'm gonna get an actual person that's into this. I'm gonna answer that question. But to me, how was they leaning against the window and all that blood is on the other side?
blowback is indicative of a firearm being in close vicinity of the head. The head is something that bleeds profusely when it's pierced. If you've ever fallen on stairs or hit your head, it bleeds like no tomorrow. And because the projectile entered in right below the skull, the blowback ended up coming in the direction of, as I was speaking earlier about the hose, in the direction that it came from. And you will get that with a very close shot. That blowback then proceeded after the shot. It went up, it hit this headliner and continued and falling into the back seat.
And so I want to go to some of the other.
All right, so you're saying that position was where the victim ended after getting shot. So why are they saying the victim was asleep then? Okay, look, I thought I was tripping, disciple, okay, because I'm like, if that was the ending position, right? And like I said, my theory is they were sitting up due to what all the blood coming down at, right? So if you're sitting up, how could you tell or know if a person was asleep? If the medical examiners cannot tell that the person was asleep, right? How could a reconstructionist or anybody else say that a person was asleep if all they have is, again, the end result? That's interesting.
The photos, there's a yellow jacket that's on the very back of the vehicle. Is it important to know whose DNA and blood was found on that?
What yellow jacket?
Let me come back to that, the other photos, so we'll come back to that in a moment. Okay.
For one, if I was on a jury, I ain't about to listen to nothing else you say about this yellow jacket with this witness, because for somebody who reconstructed something, meaning went and redid the whole alleged shooting, and you don't even know what yellow jacket, I don't want to hear what you got to say about the yellow jacket.
Okay, so in terms of the location of the firearm that fired the shot, and we were just talking about in CSW 674.
I'm sorry, y'all. This person had to be sitting up. I mean, do y'all see the matter of fact? Let me go find that video of not the reconstruction, but of the actual crime scene photos, because Give me a second, y'all. I mean, just I found the picture, but hold on, I was looking for another one. All right, so this is one. So it's no blood over here. It's blood only on the left side. And look, the blood like stained to, and this is my opinion, to me, right, could match up to where the actual entry wound to the neck is. So again, I would still feel like the victim had to be sitting up. Because if this is an entry wound, and again, this is not my lane, I'm only using my mind right here as my opinion. I don't see how he would have been asleep. Or even in a position for you to assume he was asleep originally. Now, mind you, this one here is B. So this is not the projector and it comes from the back. And then on this photo, from what they're showing, it's not even no blood on this side. We're gonna get back into the that's on my brain though. Let me see.
Or 5. Does this attempt to accurately recreate the potential location of that firearm?
So the purpose of this photograph is strictly demonstrative to show where once the projectile enters into the head, you're going to have the blowback, which again will come up, strike the headliner, and then continue. It's actually continuing this way and landing back here behind the driver in this area of the vehicle.
In terms of the driver and the t-shirt that he was wearing, do you take into account the location of the victim's DNA on his shirt?
Well, based on
Elaborate for me, 318. He was 6'4", according to the chief medical examiner. You said, remember, he was 6'4" or 5 with the angle of his head. Is that what you mean? I mean, I still, even with his height, right? If this here, and to be honest, if I believe they're using it as the same point that I was saying, they got that smear on the front, right? Now, according to this reconstruction, it's a way to prove YNW Melly, which they're saying was sitting right here, how he fired the shot. And then that just made me think of something else. If I'm not mistaken, and I'll have to find the paper. Oh, well, hold on. The arrest paperwork. Hold on. Give me a pause for a second. YNW Melly is 5'6" height. Somebody do the math for that. What? How tall? But 120 pounds, right? I say this to say both victims, for one, Sat Chaser, according to the medical examiner that did his autopsy, which is the chief medical examiner, was 172 pounds. Victim 2, Juvie, they stated was like 142 pounds, right? So just again, this ain't my area of expertise, but this is my opinion of it, how I'm dissecting it. Although medically we don't know how far apart the shots were or none of that, and they did not state who technically died first or got shot first. But if this is the position they want us to believe, that YNW Melly, petite body is here, right? I mean, his hand is here. And Juvie is here. If, let's say, for example, Sat Chaser got hit first, right? If Melly hand is here to shoot the victim number 1 in the front, victim number 2 has the defense wounds on his left hand, right? Would it be that the victim wasn't strong enough to knock the weapon out of Melly's hand? Because that's a big difference. I mean, small, petite, I mean, whatever, okay? Small frame. Y'all be so technical about it. Like, oh my God, small frame because he's a boy. Small. He's the smaller one out of the group. You done made me lose train of thought. I just don't. That's pretty close, right? Trying to see this through. If Sat Chaser got shot first, they can't tell us how far apart the shots are. But the victim number 2 is sitting right here and has an actual, for one, defensive wound on the left side. Plus, is shot on the left cheek, more to the around under the eye, right? And has stipple allegedly, right? So could be within a close range between 3 inches to 3 feet. How does that even add up? Because again, and just going with the notion, I still don't know who said that the bat victim was asleep, right? Even if, how would they? I'm not seeing how this makes sense to that. To the sleeping. Now I'm talking about to the sleeping part, right? I don't see how that's gonna be proven that victim was asleep. I haven't heard him say it was sleep. He was asleep. And I don't see how this victim would have been asleep, but woke up in time to try to attempt to defend themselves or knock the gun out of the shooter's hand or away, to the point where they would have hit again the gun and possibly moved it over when the trigger was pulled, could have hit Bortland, who we know was in the car because of the blood on his shirt. In his own statement, he said he was in the car. So it ain't adding up to me now that I'm thinking about it. Because if the defensive wound, right, was a caught off surprise situation, right? But the victim had time enough to look at the shooter because they're shot right under the eye and get hit in the thumb, right, as a defensive wound, that just don't make sense. Because I would think if I'm the second person, my friend in front of me just got shot, I lift up my hand to try to knock the gun out of the shooter's hand. Like, you would think it would at least, not saying, okay, like he had to be that much stronger and just knock that gun out the person's hand altogether. No, but wouldn't it knock them a little bit enough to where it would have hit somebody else in the car? What y'all think? Am I reaching? Because it's just not adding up to me. But y'all let me know in the chat.
The blowback pattern up here, I would expect to find some blowback here if on a driver, if a driver was there.
Okay, Sergeant, you can answer.
Oh, let me go back. Because again, the driver was there, right? They testified how the blood got on Bortland's shirt. He had to be the same witness, actually. And I know I'm skipping ahead a little bit. My eyes are getting a little heavy, so I'm trying to get to the meat and potatoes. Might have to do part 2 though. That Bortland had to be sitting up to get blood from the back victim on his back of his shirt and the blood from the front victim to the front of his shirt. So does that mean, from what he's saying, blood should have been on the driver, right? Because the driver is in the car, according to the theory.
If a driver was there.
Okay, Sergeant, you can answer that question.
Why don't you restate the question?
So you were discussing that how you would find and determine angles and ranges for specific individuals that are presented to you.
Yes.
How would you do that?
So I would obtain a shooting height, a maximum, what we would determine as a maximum shooting height, which would be standing with your arm out at 90 degrees. That height would be obtained from the ground to your arm, to your finger essentially. And then a minimum shooting height, which would be squatting with the same arm out and measurement from here to your finger. And then that would give me a minimum and a maximum range of fire. Once I have a minimum and maximum range of fire, that gets added into more trig to determine a minimum and maximum distance of that particular shooter.
So with regards to this incident, were you there on scene?
No.
Do you know who fired the shots?
No.
In terms of the shots to the outside of the vehicle, are you aware that individuals are already dead and those are fired?
They were already dead, yes.
How does that play into your reconstruction?
It comes into play because specifically with Christopher Thomas, because Christopher Thomas was already deceased when these rounds were coming into the back of the vehicle, because Christopher Thomas was what we would call crumbling. He was starting to fall, if you will. And on top of that, I know that he was already deceased because the back of his back, essentially, the rounds that are in his back have no blood in them, which means that there's no circulation. So the rounds are coming in. Christopher Thomas is crumbling with each round. He's falling with each round.
He's not a medical person. So he's like, with each round, he's crumbling. What the hell does crumbling mean? Because now that I think about it, if wound A was the lethal one, right? And all the other bullets or bullet wounds didn't have any blood, right? Wouldn't they need to have some type of blood if he's falling or crumbling? Because the medical examiner said when those shots came from the back, the body was already slumped over to the left. So that's kind of confusing now, because if this is an expert for shooting reconstruction, however, he is stating the body is falling when these shots are fired, and the medical examiner is stating that the victim was already slunched over after the lethal shot was done, and when the bullets from the outside came in, the body was already fell over. Or am I tripping? Y'all let me know.
And that's the answer.
Okay. So in terms of, we'll get to the shooting inside the car in a little bit. I want to stick to the outside at this point. When you were looking at the side of the car on the angles of entry and the side-to-side angles that I'm talking about, why is that important in your analysis? I'm going to go back to 4809 to describe those angles.
So these angles are important because it is part of my assignment, which is to determine if this is a drive-by shooting. And my determination was that this is not a drive-by shooting, and it's based upon this picture here, which is a very good picture to describe it. All of these rounds are done, and all but one is done at a stationary position. The shooter is at a stationary position when all but one of these rounds are going in. The one round that has some movement in it, which is round site L here, the shooter is actually moving in that to create the little bit of a keyhole that.
Does that sound weird to anybody else? Because again, based off this case, Melly is a shooter. Based off this case, how they have presented, Melly is a shooter. Bortland is not the shooter. So they're saying, although the medical examiner cannot say how many shooters there was, right? They were. They are saying only Melly is the shooter. He's the principal. So according to this witness here, all these holes, and I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 6, and I'm not counting the one circle. I see 6 that he states is from someone standing in the same spot, right? And then that one down there at the bottom is made while somebody is moving. So I just think, was that supposed to be the final shot as shooter walking away or something? Like, that's weird. Why not just shoot all 6? Or why not have majority of them moving? Like, why only be moving with one? That's kind of strange to me.
That you see there.
Okay, a lot of information in that answer, so let's break it down a little bit. You mentioned a keyhole, so I'm going to zoom in on site L and explain what is a keyhole.
So a keyhole is a projectile comes out of the barrel and it is actually spinning in a line. It's also falling as it spins. However, once you add movement to the gun at the same time the projectile is coming out, you introduce that movement to the projectile. Once the projectile has altered movement, it will start to tumble. So it's no longer going in a straight line. It is actually going like head over feet, if you will, as it's entering into its target. And that head over feet gives you this right here, which is essentially the projectile coming in sideways.
And in terms of a drive-by shooting, if two vehicles were moving at 45 miles per hour, what would you expect to see?
So if it's a drive-by shooting, all of these rounds should look like this.
Why?
Because movement is being introduced to that projectile.
So to contrast site L,
Sidebar. I just caught on to something. Why? So Bortland provided the audio statement saying it was a drive-by shooting. For those who don't know, Melly has never provided a statement, right? His whole defense is he wasn't even there, right? But why is this whole case for Melly surrounding verifying that this wasn't a drive-by shooting? Shouldn't it have been focused on proving that he was actually there, right? I get it's important to show the actual stage drive-by, but at this point, I feel, right, in my opinion, the medical examiners helped out more with proving the theory that the person sitting in the left side did the shooting compared to proving that it wasn't a drive-by, right? That's just my opinion, though.
with one of the other sites, like you, what does that tell you?
So that's a shot that the shooter is stationary.
All right. Yeah, because I'm getting sleepy, y'all. So this is what I'm going to do because I want to go over two things real quick. All right. So I do think in the end, Christopher Williams, that's Detective Christopher Williams, if he is called again as a witness this go round, and stick to how or what he is saying. And the first thing, I think he will be one of those technicalities that could have a grounds at the appeal process if convicted. Hold on, y'all. My grandbaby at my door. What you doing up? You caught me just in time. I'm almost done. Come here. All right. So this is the defendant's motion to preclude the opinion testimony of Detective Christopher Williams concerning his purported shooting reconstruction. Okay, so for one, they made sure they highlight it's his opinion. Okay. I'm not gonna read it verbatim. So it says here, the state disclosed on November 16, 2021, crime scene report by Broward County Sheriff's Office Detective Christopher Williams that documents his effort to reconstruct the shooting incident at issue in this case and describes opinions that the detective claimed to have formed about the manner in which the shooting occurred. Lay down. All right. Okay, goes in that. I'm trying to get to like the actual report because they actually dissect his report. Oh, here we go. Detective Williams is unqualified. And I ain't gonna lie, I know we only watched 10 minutes, but that's one of the testimonies, if y'all remember, those who was with me during the trial, that I actually stayed up for. I didn't fall asleep, I think not that much. But we made a lot of jokes during that testimony. And I can see why they went with that. So it says before a witness can testify, okay, we don't want to read that. We're going to go with 14. Detective Williams failed to meet this threshold requirement of expertise in the subject matter. The decedents were transported to Memorial Hospital in a Jeep vehicle that exhibited a number of bullet holes to its exterior as well as other areas. The section of Detective Williams' report that reflects his calculations and opinions about the exterior damage to the vehicle and the discussion he has about it with counsel during his deposition unequivocally exposed that at best the detective possessed a tenuous understanding of the mathematical principles that are central to the study and practice of shooting reconstruction. God damn. So basically they're saying he don't know what he's talking about. It says, for example, page 31 of the report relates to grouping of bullet holes in the exterior of the vehicle that are identified as site locations I through P. As to these perforations, okay, had to sound that one out. There's a chart which purports to indicate the angle at which each projectile struck the vehicle and the distance from the vehicle at which Henry and Demons would each have to have been in order to have achieved the angles of penetrations observed. Now, let me ask y'all this with that. If the coroner cannot provide the distance based off of, the lack of testing of clothing and hair, how can a shooting reconstructionist do it? Just a question, right? It says Courtland Henry is taller than Demons, and so as one would expect for each perforation, the distance proposed for Henry is further away. Like, why was that even important if I don't know. What? I'm almost finished. All right, y'all, cause the grandbaby is like, yo, lady, get up off of here. And my eyes is crossing. So I'm gonna just pause at that point. I will make sure I finish that part in my next live since we're gonna get into the physical evidence. I'll get into it then, because yeah, I don't want to have to do that part. So far from what we went through, in my opinion, y'all make sure even after the live, let me know your opinion in the chat. My opinion is that the medical examiner would be more qualified to provide answers in regards to medical findings, right? Also, the shooting reconstructionist is fully based on, math, science, all that, which is cool, right? However, does that mean that's the only way that shooting could took place? That's all I'm saying. So when we do part 2 of this and get into the remainder of Detective Christopher Williams testimony and get into the actual physical evidence and dissect again, and for those who were around back in February, we did this already once, but now that we know more about the case, we're going to do it again, where we actually dissect the pictures and videos of the truck. So yeah, that's going to be coming up this week. With that, y'all, I'm tired. The baby is on my head. So I'm going to go ahead and get up off of here. I appreciate everybody that has been rocking out with me for the past 6 hours. Shout out to my new mods. Shout out to my new viewers. Shout out to everybody for really, really engaging and keeping this video cool. I ain't had to get in my feelings about people messing up my content with weird questions. So I appreciate it. With that being said, y'all, I hope y'all have a good night, a great Sunday. I do have a video dropping tomorrow that's not YNW Melly related. However, it is going to be a video dropping tomorrow. I will talk to y'all soon. I'm out of here. Good night.